My Lords, I rise today to pay tribute to noble Lord Laymin. His lifetime of public service has left an indelible mark on the whole fabric of British social work, public management, and indeed the very conscience of our nation. Herbert's journey into the public sphere began with a deeply practical grounding, dedicating 20 years to Hertfordshire County Council, ultimately served as Director of Social Services, before rising to become the Chief Inspector of the Social Service Inspectorate from 1991 to 1998. However, it was his subsequent work on the national stage that elevated him into the public consciousness as a fearless seeker of accountability. Following the tragic death of 8-year-old Victoria Climby, the government turned to Lord Laymin to chair the landmark inquiry in which he diagnosed a yawning gap between policy aspiration and frontline delivery. He famously observed that protecting a child, and I quote, needed nothing more than a manager doing their job by asking pertinent questions. His work directly laid the foundations for the Every Child Matters framework and the Children Act of 2004. Years later, following the tragedy of baby P, he was called upon once more to deliver an urgent national review, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to ensuring that the child's welfare remains paramount. Since entering this House in 1998, Herbert Laymin has been a pillar of the crossbenches. His parliamentary peers recognise his fairness and his integrity by electing him convener of the crossbench peers from 2011 to 2015, followed by a distinguished tenure as chairman of committees. He has spent decades reminding us that policies are only as good as frontline execution. He combined a razor-sharp administrative intellect with a deeply compassionate heart. And my Lords, we owe him a debt of gratitude for forcing our country to look closer, act more quickly, and better protect some of the most innocent and vulnerable in society. His legacy will endure for generations, and we remember him as a man of great generosity and spirit and decency, and my Lords, as good company. We had many chats in my office, and I'll always remember him first and foremost as a great friend. I know he's going to be sorely missed across your Lordship's house, but weren't we lucky to have him here with us? Yeah. My Lords, we send our deepest and our most heartfelt condolences to all his family and friends. Yeah.
I thank the noble Baroness, the leader, for her marvellous tribute and would like her convey our sincerest sympathy to Herbert's family and friends. I have to say I never heard Herbert raise his voice. Perhaps he did if he ever had a recalcitrant dog, which I doubt, because Herbert would have calmed the dog, as he calmed every situation, however difficult. And there were quite a few in his life that he found. And as the leader said, he's left a legacy that goes far beyond anything which most of us could ever even aspire to. And as she said in her notable tribute, he did this outstanding service in chairing two of the most harrowing, important inquiries and reports ever undertaken in the United Kingdom, in the Climby and the Baby P case. And in his typically painstaking, ever listening, ever giving to others way, his work revolutionised child care. I can only underline everything that the leader said about those reports and recommendations. They've come to define the best of modern professional and interagency standards. He was a consummate professional, though he did believe and said that career paths could be closed because of too tightly prescribed routes in life. And much of Herbert's career actually happened by accident, as he acknowledged. And he said, we're writing off a huge amount of human potential. Qualifications got you through the door, but from now on it was what we did that mattered, he used to tell young professionals. He was a practical man, an ever open ear and eye, and what you did for others was what he saw. And some of its greatest insights into the need for interagency cooperation came from a very varied career. He started work as a probation officer in Nottinghamshire near Stanton Ironworks, where my parents actually met, something we used to joke about quite often. In probation, he went on to study mental health, becoming a psychiatric social worker, and that did inform that long, magnificent service in Hertfordshire, which the leader referred to. I actually first met Herbert in number 10 in the early 1990s, when John Major was pushing through a programme of public service reform, which was aimed to place greater emphasis on the needs of the user, transparency of outcomes, and public accountability. Herbert was made Chief Inspector of Social Services in 1991, and he remained that till 1998. And he was an enormous ally in all those efforts to improve public services for users. He was always, I found then, an inspiration to talk to and a breath of fresh air. He wasn't a softie. He was hard-headed, but he was kindly-hearted, as the leader said. And constant learning was something he applied to himself throughout his life. We must never allow ourselves to think that we know everything, he said in an interview late in his life. Well, amen to that. My lords, how much we did learn from his great service in this House also, not least as convener of crossbench peers. He was uniquely considerate of others, and I must place on record my personal gratitude to him, as the leader has in her case, for his sound advice in my many roles in this place. And perhaps I might end by quoting what was said to me earlier by a younger Conservative colleague, over 40 years Herbert's junior. I don't intend to speak, she wrote, but I wanted to let you know of Herbert's kindness. I turned to him privately many times, as he was so generous with his time and his wise words. I will miss him so much. We could all say the same of this dear man, who was also a giant of public service, who will go on touching the lives of people at risk for generations to come. We will all miss him.
My Lord, it's a privilege to follow the noble Lord True and the leader for their very eloquent and emotional tributes to Herbert. Herbert was convener of the crossbenches when I entered this House in 2013. He was always helpful, courteous, polite, and for the whole of the duration that it was my pleasure to know him, he never passed in many of our many corridors without an inquiry as to how I was by my name. But after an early occasion in the chamber when I came into this House, when I was characteristically verbose, I got a polite note asking me for a chat. I dutifully went along to the crossbench convener's office and sat down, and after receiving a very kind review of what I said, he even more kindly suggested I needed not have said it so much and for so long. I got the taste of how he approached his professional and parliamentary life. Supportive, kind, but when necessary, firm. Being a social worker is one of the hardest professions, where press reporting frequently focuses on the sad occasions when things go wrong, rather than the vastly higher number of incidences when lives are made better. But as the leader and the noble Lord True referred to, when things did go wrong, tragically, it was Herbert who was repeatedly called on to bring teams together, not to apportion blame, but to find out why things went wrong and what would be needed to prevent them happening again. Legislation, regulation, and policy resulted from his work, creating a lasting legacy. In his 2009 progress report on the protection of children in England, he said in the introduction, "Sadly, sometimes even our imaginations fail to help us understand the dependency of young children or the vulnerability of adolescents, regardless of their displays of bravado. Children and young people need security, stability, love, and encouragement." Herbert held to these profound words in a lifetime of social and public service and worked hard to ensure local and national government reflected them. He was always kindly, but also consistent, and we saw in his work in the committees of this House and in the Chamber. One of my noble friends, in hearing of his passing, simply described him as a humble and effective human being. that is a suitable epitaph, alongside the countless lives made better from his tireless work before and then being a member of this House. We shall all miss the soft-jawed lilt of his contributions, which were never verbose, but principled, practical, and came from a deep sense that care and love would always be a stronger motivator than blame and resentment. These benches offer our most sincere condolences to his family, his friends, and in particular in this House, his close colleagues on the crossbench, who will miss him the most.
My Lords, it's a great privilege to follow three such wonderful speeches that have so captured the man who's so dear to my colleagues on the crossbench here. Herbert Laming was born in 1936. He left school at 15, and in 1954 he was called up for national service. He chose the Royal Navy and was placed in a detachment that was being prepared for service east of Suez. You can imagine their excitement at the prospect of travel to exotic climes. On parade one morning, however, the Chief Petty Officer asked for 4 volunteers, and being the man we knew, Ordinary Seaman Laming put his hand up, only to find that far from being sent east of Suez, he was being posted to serve as stoker on the last remaining coal-fired ship in the Royal Navy. This was also in the home fleet and not overseas. In 1955, however, having been awarded some leave, he was coming back to Liverpool, where his ship was docked, when the train broke down. In the carriage, Herbert worried that he was going to let his captain down by being late, and he got talking to a senior magistrate who told him how difficult the delay was for him too. They spoke for some hours while the train was finally retrieved, but the net result was that Herbert was enrolled on a correspondence course and latterly evening courses that would allow him to go to university. The senior magistrate, Herbert's captain, and others all conspired to make sure that Herbert was able to take the necessary papers, and indeed when Herbert's ship called at port, usually he would find a batch of papers were waiting for him. Herbert graduated from Durham University in 1960. In 1962, Herbert married Aileen, who was his wife for 48 years, until her untimely death in 2010. They together were on the adventure that was Herbert's great career. They bought their wonderful home in 1971, where Herbert moved to in Hertfordshire, and it is in Tewin, the designation of his title. You have heard in the eloquent speeches from the noble Baroness the Leader, the noble Lord Lord True, and the noble Lord Lord Purvis of Herbert's outstanding career in public services. And I can add nothing further to his UK record of public services, but I would record his influence in other countries. Foster care is something that did not exist in China 30 years ago, but now does, through Herbert's patient work with an enterprising charity, Care for Children. The model they developed started just in Shanghai, but is now in many parts of China and several other Asian countries, all benefiting from British expertise and Herbert Laming's magic in this most difficult area. A year after the death of his beloved Aileen, Herbert became our convener. He was, of course, immensely popular and finished in mid-2015, thinking that at 70 years old, his years of service were over. Lord Sewell, however, unexpectedly stood back from his duties, and Herbert, hand up, a rare chairman of committees from not a major party, took over during the summer recess of 2015. When asked about what sort of handover he would like, Herbert said that he would prefer it limited to activities in this house. I'm sorry for those of you who weren't there then. His retirement from the front line was further delayed by his stint as chairman of the Services Committee between 2016 and 2021. And in this role, he worked with lots of members of the House administration staff. And it has been very touching to me how many of them have come forward since his death to tell me of his kindness towards them and his caring attitude. Herbert felt unwell for the first time around March this year and was supported fully by his great friend, Lord Patel, who's in his place today. And Herbert's successor as convener, the noble Lord Hope of Craighead, was also very much a supporter in his final illness, and he is in his place today. And there was much care and love and support from his family, and especially Katerina and Sarah. And to his family, I would add our condolences from these benches. In closing, I would take you back to that parade in 1954 and of the young sailors off to the Far East. I would leave the final word to Herbert, reflecting on his good fortune in life. And he said, "If someone asks you to volunteer, put your hand up."
My lords, it's with great sadness that the Lords Spiritual join all noble lords in marking the passing of Lord Lamming, a great friend to so many of my colleagues, a man whose life of public service spanned many decades and whose influence was felt far beyond the institutions in which he formerly served. Throughout a distinguished career in social work, public administration and parliament, he brought wisdom, integrity and an unwavering commitment to the protection of the vulnerable. We remember him with particular gratitude for the values that animated his work, values that resonate deeply with the mission of the church which he loved. He was always someone who looked out for others, was prepared to stop and speak to staff, check how they were, and had an extraordinary memory for names and the details of people's lives. He was genuinely interested to hear how people and their families were doing, always cheerful, smiling, and with something positive to say, demonstrating his great skill of pastoral ministry, even to bishops. A trailblazer in his field, and long before safeguarding became the central concern it rightly is today, Lord Lamming understood that the measure of a society is found in the way it treats those who are most vulnerable and least able to speak for themselves. As we've already heard, the inquiry into the tragic death of Victoria Colombier became a watershed moment for child protection in this country, helping to transform attitudes, practice and accountability across public services. Across the church, like many institutions, we have learned much from the culture of vigilance, responsibility and care that he consistently advocated. His work served as a reminder that safeguarding is not merely a matter of procedure, but a moral obligation rooted in respect for the dignity of every human person. In that sense, his legacy has made a lasting contribution to the life and witness of the church, as well as to the wider public realm. In this house, Lord Lamming was widely respected for his independence of mind, his courtesy, and his ability to command trust across differences. As convener of the crossbench peers, and later as chairman of committees, he exemplified public service of the highest order. He allowed the bishops to attend the regular crossbench meeting as what he called honorary members, and his steady forensic mind helped hold the church to account during his time as a member of the ecclesiastical committee. Yet perhaps his greatest legacy lies not in the offices he held, but in the countless lives made safer because he refused to look away from difficult truths. His determination that vulnerable children should be seen, heard, and protected reflected a profound belief in human worth, one that Christians recognize as flowing from the conviction that every person is created in the image of God. We give thanks for his life, for his faithfulness to public duty, for his compassion, and for his enduring contribution to the welfare of children and families. Our prayers are with his family and friends, and with all those whose lives were touched by his kindness, wisdom, and service. May he rest in peace and rise in glory. Amen.
The noble Lord Laming, as we have heard, fulfilled his role as chairman of committees with considerable distinction. He was dedicated to the service of your lordship's house, and indeed, as we've heard, his appointment steadied the ship. He would be a hard act to follow, and his support for his successors as chairman of committees and senior deputy speaker was absolute. I shall forever remember his wisdom and innate kindness. It was a privilege to work with him on the many committees the senior deputy speaker chairs, often turning to him first to open the consideration. His sound judgment set the tone. He spoke to everyone in that gentle and clear manner, but let us not forget his determination and tenacity when needed. There was no side to the noble lord. He was utterly consistent in his decency and resolve. His humanity meant he dealt with us all with good humour and grace. The noble lord worked tirelessly for your lordships, so often unknown to many. It is with profound sadness, and yet with gratitude, that I add these all too inadequate words to recognise such a public servant. My lords, the noble Lord Laming was an exemplar, but good does, in the end, prevail.
Yeah. My lords, can I just add that Herbert Laming, as chairman of committees, was the one who enabled us to set up a Foreign Affairs Committee. We called it the International Affairs Committee. At last, after many, many struggles and many years, he enabled it to happen. And that committee, of course, has been an outstanding success and a considerable impact on public thinking and ideas and debate. And in retrospect, I believe that will come to be seen as one of his greatest achievements. Well said.
My lords, as we've heard, the death of Lord Laming, or Herbert as so many of us knew him, is a loss felt deeply across all these benches. He was unapologetic in his determined campaigning to highlight the day-to-day pressures and achievements of those working in the social services and social care sectors. He gave voice to children who had none and never forgot those less able to protect themselves. He showed that quiet persistence can change everything, and that the gentlest of men can be amongst its most resolute reformers. He was a thoroughly kind, compassionate, and decent person with a genuine interest in people, be it friends, colleagues, staff, or complete strangers. He would always say to me, as the Lord Bishop pointed out, "How are you getting on?" And he really did mean it. We will never forget him and the caring legacy he has left to our nation. May he rest in peace. Yeah. First oral question, Lord Davis of Brixton.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, last year the Government revived the Pensions Commission to examine how to improve retirement outcomes for future generations. Its interim report, published on the 19th of May 2026, sets out key challenges with the current system and priorities for the next phase of work. It highlights that too many people, especially low and middle income earners, are not saving enough for retirement. The Government looks forward to receiving the Commission's final report and recommendations in early 2027.
Can I first welcome my honourable friend, my noble friend, the Minister, to her rightful place on the front bench. I thank my noble friend for her answer. We look forward to the progress of the Commission, to the agreed timetable, but I do have concerns that it's only one leg of a three-part review. There's the Commission, there's the review, the Government's review of the state pension age, which commenced a year ago yesterday and has heard little of it since. And lastly, there's the issue of the triple lock and the level of the new state pension. They all need to be resolved together in order to achieve a sustainable settlement. Can my noble friend, explain to the House how these different strands will be brought together?
I can indeed, my lords, and I'm grateful to my noble friend for his welcome back. He will forgive me, I'm not going to be able to give him any specific answers on the future rates of the state pension. If I preempt the budget, I think I may be the shortest living minister in history. I wouldn't even make it to 24 hours. However, what I can do is tell him how the process will work. Is the government is required to do a review of, for example, the state pension age. And into that, it has set up an independent commission chaired by Dr Susie Morrissey, which will look at the evidence and make a report, which he has now done and handed in. What the government will do is to take a wide range of evidence, including that from the Pensions Commission, and then the government has to make a decision about the future of the state pension age. What the Commission is doing is looking at the adequacy of the state pension. And obviously the state pension is there, but also their key objective is, are people saving enough for retirement? So not just what is the state pension doing, but are people saving enough in private pensions for retirement? And it's clear from the interim report that they are not doing so. So we now look forward to the recommendations that are coming. All of this will come together. The government will make a decision, and all of this is on the back of the significant work done already, the Pensions Investment Commission, and also the work done by the recent bill on the pensions, private scheme pension scheme. So all of it is coming together.
Lords, you go. First of all, I welcome the fact the noble lady, the Minister, is still there on the front bench and may continue. My question is really as to which comes first. We have discussed the Pension Schemes Bill at length, a very complicated bill. We've got various other pension things that should come before the House. Now we have a commission. Surely this is putting the cart before the horse by sort of doing lots of legislation and then having a commission to see what should be in it. Surely the commission should have come first.
No, and I now realise I did a terrible job because repeatedly during the passage of the Pension Schemes Bill I tried to explain why that was not right, and I've utterly failed. One last go. So what the government did was to set out a pensions investment review to look at the landscape of private saving pensions. It then recognised what we need to do is to make sure that if we want people to save more for their retirement in private pensions, we need to make sure they're going to get the returns that we need them to do. So the Pension Schemes Act is now laying the ground to make sure that private pension savers are getting the returns, so that if the Pensions Commission looks at and decides there needs to be more private pension saving, then the people make those savings, they'll get the return on that hard-earned money. So it all does come together. I know the Noble Lord wasn't able to do, but I did a briefing yesterday for open to all peers on what's happening in the pensions area, and we set out a roadmap showing how all of these things come together. I'd be very happy to send him a copy of that.
And her in-depth knowledge of all these topics. Can I ask whether the Pensions Commission will explore how access to the state pension for terminally ill people of working age who are too ill to continue working will be possibly made available, given that a large number of them have already paid 35 years of contributions, but because they're young are not accessing the pension at the time when they desperately need it?
My Lords, I'm not preempting anything that the Commission will say, but the Government is very aware of the position of people who have terminal illnesses. And as the Noble Lady knows very well, of course, we have looked at some of the rules around how, for example, the benefit system can best assist people. And I'm also, she may be aware that from a question answered by my noble friend Lord Livermore, of which she's very much involved, there's also, the Government has agreed to look at the way in which the tax system more broadly does treat that and how we address that. So all of those things are being looked at in the round. What the Pensions Commission does is up to them, and I wait to hear what they have to say.
My Lords, is the Minister aware that 17%, only 17% of the 4.4 million self-employed in this country are actively saving? Now, is this of grave concern to her, and what is the government going to do about it?
And the Noble Lord raises an excellent point. In fact, we've seen a really significant drop. In the 1990s, roughly half of people who were self-employed were saving for a pension. It's now under 20%. Now, there are more self-employed people now, and there's different kinds of self-employment. However, there's no question that's a big dip. In fact, the Pensions Commission found that of those whose only income comes from self-employment, only 4% were saving for a pension. So one of the key tasks for the Pensions Commission is specifically to look at and recommend to government what to do about all those who are under-saving, including people who are self-employed. So I'm grateful to him for raising that.
Can I also welcome my honourable friend, my noble friend back to a rightful position? She talked about people working hard to save for the pensions. They include pensioners who worked at Nissan in the North East. But many now find themselves in very dire straits because those that accumulated in a pension scheme before 1997, the pension trustees and the company are no longer increasing it with inflation. So those pensions are now finding the value of their pensions diminishing. Is it something that the government could look at?
I'm grateful. I'm never going to be so appreciated ever again, so I'm really going to enjoy this morning's session. My noble friend raises an important point. I mean, in a sense, it's up to individual schemes what the rules are for indexing pensions. And the minimum legal requirements for indexation do have to be appropriate for all DB pension schemes, because they have to strike a balance between what members need and what the employers can afford. Because, in fact, as my noble friend will know very well, in the end, the strongest guarantee is a good, strong sponsoring employer. However, there are two things that may help. One is, of course, my noble friend may be aware that from the bill, the government has changed the rules to allow a wider range of well-funded schemes to release any surplus that's there with the agreement of trustees, which could be used, for example, to go towards paying indexation if affordable and appropriate. And also, at the other end of the scheme, the government has taken action in the bill to look at giving some indexation for those who end up in the PPF or FAS for benefits earned before 1997. So those will help at least.
My Lords, the Pensions Commission is rightly worried about pension adequacy for a worryingly large and even growing proportion of the population, and will, of course, in due course, make its recommendations. But given the urgency of the problem, can the Noble Baroness, the Minister, tell us what the government is doing now to promote greater financial self-sufficiency and also reduced welfare dependency in retirement?
Yes, and of course, I mean, what the government, the single best guarantee of a happy retirement is a happy working life, where people have the opportunity to earn enough money and then to save enough money. So we absolutely are doing huge amounts. I won't recite it all here, I've done many times before, investing in all kinds of programmes to get people into work, to get them to progress in work, and to be able to move up the income ladder in order to be able to save. However, one of the things we do know is that too many people are not, for example, working long enough to save. They're not saving enough when they are in work. And in many cases, even if they do put the right amount of saving in, the decisions they make at the point they come to retire, decumulation, can be crucial about how much they get to live on. So we have to attack it on all fronts. No one of those will do it alone.
Out the state pension age ever being 70, despite what the Commission and others might say, recognising that the pace of increase in life expectancy has actually slowed considerably.
Well, my Lords, the law is clear at the moment. The state pension age is now gradually rising from 66 to 67. That began in April 2026 and it will finish in March 2028. What I can say about the state pension age is, as legislated by the previous government, there is a requirement periodically to review the state pension age. The third government review of the state pension age launched on the 21st of July last year. It has to be completed by the end of March 2029, and clearly I cannot preempt what will come out there. But its job is to consider a wide range of evidence, including evidence on life expectancy, findings from the government actuary on proportion of adult life spent in retirement, and the independent report by Dr Susie Morrissey I mentioned earlier, as well as other evidence, for example, from the Pensions Commission. The Secretary of State will look at all of those evidence and make his decision. And for reasons she will know very well, as a former Secretary of State, having been in this kind of position, he will wait till he has all that evidence and make a decision.
Second oral question, Lord Barclay of Knighton.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lord, securing better access to the EU for our creative and cultural sectors is a priority for this government. We remain committed to pursuing practical, mutually beneficial improvements with the European Commission and Member States, and welcome the Commission's recent commitment in its visa strategy to explore practical flexibilities for touring artists. We continue to pursue improvements that enable UK artists, performers and crews to build audiences and seize opportunities across Europe, supporting growth across our industries.
The noble lady, the Minister, for that answer. Dancers, actors, artists and musicians are having a dire time of it in terms of touring in the EU. For example, 85% of musicians have had a significant loss of income, and over 40% have had a total loss. And for young musicians and groups, touring is no longer viable at all. Now, despite the noble lady's assurances, I hear from amongst the creative industries, from people dealing with Europe, and indeed from across the Channel, that the perception is that this is not a high priority for the department or for the government. And so I'd like to challenge the noble lady to say a bit more about that and why she would dispute that if she does. Because I was assured by the outgoing Prime Minister, and other members of this House have assured us, that this is a very important aspect of touring which affects people's income and the whole reputation of our culture.
Helping touring artists is a manifesto commitment, and we will continue and do continue to engage with the EU and Member States to determine how best to improve arrangements for touring across the UK, across the European continent. We do know that there can be additional practical barriers in relation to those at the start of their careers who often have fewer resources, as the noble lord will be aware. Following his appointment, the Prime Minister reaffirmed the government's commitment to building a closer, more ambitious relationship with the European Union based on shared interests and practical cooperation. And I'd like to reassure the noble lord by making it clear that in his first call with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, the Prime Minister agreed that UK and EU teams should work closely towards a UK-EU summit later this year.
Conservative. Of the summit of the 22nd of July today, and the fact that this matter has been raised by many noble lords on many occasions, can the Minister give us some reassurance that this particular matter will be on the agenda when the EU-UK summit takes place later this year?
What I can do, I can't write the agenda even before there's a date set up, but this is an absolute priority for the government. And in March, when Minister Murray co-chaired the first UK-European Commission high-level meeting on culture with Commissioner Mikelaf, he made sure that this was discussed. It marked a step forward since the UK-EU summit. It brought together UK and Commission representatives to discuss common priorities. This is one of our manifesto commitments, and it remains a commitment for this government.
This problem, as we've heard, has gone on for many, many years now, despite the protestations of the government that they're doing all they can. Isn't it now time for the government to take a much more ambitious approach to our relationships with the EU and start negotiating our return to the single market, which would solve this problem?
Yeah. The only thing I would add in relation to what I've said previously is to repeat what I said, that when the new Prime Minister spoke following his appointment, he's reaffirmed the government's commitment to building a closer, more ambitious relationship with the European Union, and part of this will be to make sure we have the summit later this year, if at all possible.
May I draw attention to my registered interest in this matter? Does the noble lady accept that this issue has been festering for all 10 years since that disastrous Brexit vote, and that successive governments have so far failed to bring new initiatives to crack it? What new initiative will there be forthcoming from this government that might at last make a difference?
I'd reject the term festering in relation to what this government has done in this relation. And I would just repeat that helping touring artists and addressing issues relating to Europe and cooperation with Europe remain a priority. I'm grateful to the Noble Lord for reminding the House why we ended up leaving the EU in the first place, which was not because of anything this government did, but down to the previous one.
UK talent that performs overseas is nurtured via the Music and Dance Scheme, a long-standing programme to help students overcome financial barriers and support our next generation of brilliant performing artists and musicians. So will the Noble Baroness and Minister confirm that funding will continue for this particular scheme?
We're hugely keen to make sure that creative careers are accessible for everyone. I don't have the detail of the exact scheme the Noble Lord refers to, but I'll write to the Noble Lord.
My Lord, I'm delighted, as I know many Noble Lords are, about the coming of the Bayeux Tapestry to this country. It is to be celebrated. Yeah. Therefore, can I ask my noble friend the Minister what can be learnt from building that better coordination with our nearest neighbours across the arts and heritage sector from this loan?
Yeah. I have to say that being able to see the Bayeux Tapestry last week, as I did, was one of the most amazing experiences of my entire life, not just of my career in Your Lordship's house. What I think we can learn from this, and obviously it's a process that goes back to discussions that took place over a number of years, including under the previous government, is that working closely with colleagues in Europe from the very top, because I think it's clear that the President of France is as engaged with this as senior people within this government. By doing that, it's a gesture towards, it's basically celebrating and building on our shared heritage. And I'd urge all Noble Lords, when it is open to the public, to make sure you get along and see this incredible tapestry.
My Lord, the Bishop, my Lord.
My Lords, income from overseas tours often helps cathedrals sustain music programmes, scholarships and outreach work in rural and disadvantaged communities. Have the government assessed the impact that barriers to European touring are having on the long-term sustainability of these opportunities for young people?
I'm not clear whether we have done that assessment. I will look into it, and I'm happy to talk to the Right Reverend Prelate about that and the contribution this makes both to the congregations and the choirs and performances involved, but also to that opportunity for our young people.
My Lords, perhaps the most intractable problem is that of work for artists in Europe, whether temporary or permanent, affecting, as Lord Berkeley says, not just musicians but dancers and actors, who often fall at the first hurdle because they do not possess an EU passport. And for many artists, the position in Europe has been an essential part of their career development. So will the government ensure this, alongside all the other concerns, will be on the agenda at the next UK-EU summit?
Yeah.
I really do recognise how some creative professionals have found it more difficult to take up opportunities in Europe as practical barriers, including whether or not they have an EU passport, can have a disproportionate impact on them. This is why we're working with the European Commission and Member States. The government remains committed, and I'd say 100% committed to resolving this issue and committed to improving opportunities for UK artists of all ages to access European audiences and develop international experiences, recognising the cultural and economic value those exchanges bring.
My Lords,
that the European trading, the European entry system is proving a great difficulty for EU performing artists and musicians, particularly for British colleagues going over to the EU. Will she look at this and see if we can ameliorate the situation and make it easier for their travel?
I think the Noble Lady is referring to the entry-exit system. It is a EU scheme, and its implementation is primarily the responsibility of the European Commission and participating member states. However, we do recognise that there's been some disruption, in some cases considerable disruption, and the government continues to work closely with the EU member states and industry to understand the impact of EES and advocate for the use of flexibilities that minimise disruption for UK citizens, including performers.
Third oral question, Baroness Nowgand.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, we are committed to supporting NHS staff to innovate and translate new ideas into improved patient care. We have recommissioned the NHS Clinical Entrepreneur Programme for a further 5 years and have also published NHS Intellectual Property Guidance for NHS staff and organisations, which was last updated 24 years ago. Healthcare innovators can also benefit from the wider investment into innovation, which is outlined within the 10-year health plan and the life sciences sector plan.
My Lords, may I please... Order. Sorry. Oh, excuse me.
Minister for her reply, and I welcome the government's commitment to innovation. But the actual programme has supported only a small fraction of the NHS workforce so far. I have met so many doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals in my career with innovative ideas that could improve patient care, reduce costs, and improve productivity. Yet too often, these ideas get nowhere because there are no clear, accessible pathways to develop them. And we are losing out on so many innovators and innovations that could not only benefit our patients, but also Treasury. Does my noble friend, the Minister, agree that we now need an NHS entrepreneurship workforce strategy which could make our NHS truly the Silicon Valley of health innovation? If so, what steps could the government take to give every member of NHS staff protected time, training, mentoring, incentives, and accessible, clear pathways to develop and scale their innovative ideas?
Well, I certainly agree with my noble friend that there is a very rich seam of intellectual capital amongst the 1.5 million NHS staff in our country. And I'm glad to say the Clinical Entrepreneur Programme is already a world leader in healthcare entrepreneurship, as my noble friend looks for. It's supported over 1,800 NHS staff, 690 startups, and it's raised more than 1.2 billion. And we've now doubled the baseline annual funding for the programme. And yes, I agree, a clear pathway to adoption is vital. And so I can say that we are expanding the health innovation networks because they will provide the necessary support.
I apologise to the House for my breach of protocol and again, apologies to the Minister. But there is a serious question here. A very important part of what we do is innovation in the NHS, and they're very, very good. But what I really am keen to understand is what are we doing to allow our consultants and our doctors to innovate in getting the backlog under control. And I speak from personal experience, so I'm not going to talk about my hip, my heart, my kidneys, and goodness knows whatever else. But the point is, many of these individuals cannot clear their backlog because they fear they're going to be hauled before the CEO of the NHS because they've breached their budget. That is an issue.
But I think that is exactly the very reason why we need to encourage innovation and to take advance of all the improvements that are now available to us, including AI. It is by modernising our approach that I believe we will move forward greatly, and that is why we're building the practicalities, as I've described in my answer just now, but also a culture of innovation and providing also the ability to see adoption, because rightly people are concerned if time is spent on innovation but the product never or the service never comes forward, and that is what we absolutely have a number of points on which we are changing to improve that.
My Lords, in a growing number of hospitals, clinicians are already using at-home bladder cancer testing to reduce the number of cystoscopies and speed up diagnosis. So can you expand how will the government help clinician-led innovations like this spread across the NHS so access doesn't just depend on where a patient lives?
Yes, I'll be very pleased to, and I'll particularly point to the National Health Tech Access Programme. That is exactly as the Noble Lady is seeking. It's a route for cost-effective and clinically effective technologies, such as the one that the Noble Lady describes, so that we can see the best benefit to patients, best value, and that does exactly support more equitable access. And NICE is currently assessing 3 projects, including AI in histopathology for the diagnosis of prostate cancer and also for breast cancer, just to give 2 examples, and we will shortly see the publication of those results.
My Lords, the Noble Baroness, the Minister quite rightly alluded to the clinical entrepreneur programs, and she might want to say a bit more about how successful they have been. But would she also agree that for these programs to succeed and make clinical departments more innovative, we need strong academic departments to be working together with universities and teaching hospitals?
I certainly do agree with that, because there are many aspects to this, but to the point the Noble Lord invites me to make on the success of the clinical entrepreneur programme, some of which that I've mentioned, we now know, as of June, that over 10,500 occurrences of innovation are being adopted by organisations. It's resulted in the creation of over 5,100 jobs, and there are 448 NHS staff retained or returned to the NHS to be part of the programme. This is an extremely active area and will greatly contribute to to services for patients, better care and safety, as well as tackling waiting times.
My Lords, can I ask about entrepreneurs who are not clinicians but have a product or service that could improve health or social care? For them, there is no obvious front door to the NHS. So what they do is spend ages trying to get into the system, primary care level, trust or ECB level, and sadly some give up or go abroad. So can I ask Noble Lady the Minister, make a suggestion to suggest to the new Minister for Technology and Innovation when they're appointed, whether they can create a front door or one-stop shop to triage those who approach it. And they could distinguish between those who are really salespeople and have no real product, those who have a product but need some more support, and those who actually have a fantastic product that could really save lives now, and we could pilot as quickly as possible. Could I ask the Noble Lady the Minister to make that suggestion to the new Minister for Technology within Health?
Well said. Well, those discussions will indeed take place, and they're very important ones. I can certainly refer the Noble Lord now to the Life Sciences Sector Plan, which followed on from the 10-year health plan, which addresses exactly the point that he rightly makes, and also the updated NHS intellectual property guidance that provided organisations that provide or commission NHS services with much clearer routes to identify and protect and commercialise innovation. That, along with a number of other steps that we're taking, will do the very important point that he seeks.
My Lords, highest of high tech. Some 3 months ago, I visited the Institute of Cancer Research at the Royal Marsden Hospital, and I met several clinicians, research scientists, and they were quite clear that innovation was vitally important in bringing forward therapies in terms of dealing with the various types of cancer. But they said there was one gap, and that was in the funding for university research. So I would say again, as a follow-up to the question from the Noble Lord Patel, what additional funding will the government provide to university research to ensure that those new therapies can come which will accelerate improvements in cancer care?
Well, I will, of course, raise the points that my noble friend and the noble Lord Patel raised about funding for universities. But certainly, as I've already mentioned, it is worth saying more broadly that the life sciences sector is leading the drive for investment into the UK economy. And the sector, for example, raised the third highest amount of equity finance in 2023 amongst comparative countries, leaving us only behind the United States and China. I think it gives some idea of the status and the activity in the UK, and I'm very glad that we continue to build on it.
Question, Lord Davidson of Glencoe.
Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
The government agrees that international cooperation on AI is essential. That is why we play a leading role internationally on AI, including work to support shared prosperity through the UN and OECD, and to improve awareness of AI risks via our AI Security Institute and the International AI Safety Report. Given the transformative scale of AI advances requires a strategic whole-of-government approach, the Prime Minister is establishing a new AI task force to take this all forward.
May I thank my noble friend for her informative answer. The AI world is dividing into three blocks: the China side, EU and the US. This is creating divergence. There are diverging philosophies, state stability, individual rights, market form. What I would like to hear from the Minister is, does she consider that the UK has a convening power which it may use to guide governance of this powerful technology?
AI can indeed be a powerful force for growth, scientific progress, better public services and sustainable development. And we do believe we can unlock this potential working together with other countries to build trust and to manage the risks and to ensure that the benefits of AI are shared widely. That is why the UK coordinates the international network of ACs, which has delivered the International AI Safety Report, and we also fund practical partnerships with the OECD, African Union and Southeast Asia to support responsible AI adoption and drive growth worldwide.
My Lords, in the light of the news today that one of OpenAI's agents went rogue in an experiment and attacked another AI startup, does the Minister agree that this indicates an urgent need for global cooperation to agree safeguards and accountability frameworks? It seems companies cannot be trusted to control the technology they are developing without this. And furthermore, does it not also indicate the need for us to develop a sovereign AI capability strategy so that we have the influence and expertise to shape these critical global conversations?
We do have with the AI Security Institute a world-class institution that is able to test frontier models and provide advice, including with the National Cyber Security Centre, in order to equip companies of the risks that are prevalent with the advances in these technologies. That is exactly what happened earlier, and we would encourage all firms and other organisations to take those mitigations that are necessary, that can reduce vulnerabilities and increase resilience. On the question of AI sovereignty and the technological developments, we are absolutely taking the approach to build out AI capabilities. That is why we have the AI hardware plan to support development in that area, as well as the Sovereign AI Fund.
I would like to first thank Lord Davidson for actually bringing this important subject to the House today. But could the noble Baroness, the Minister, tell the House if the relevant minister or officials have spoken to trusted international partners relating to this offer before responding to this offer from the President of China? And also, my Lords, can the Noble Baroness also inform the House if, as the former Prime Minister made much of his thawing of relations with China, will our new Prime Minister continue with that approach?
Well said. So, in respect of the World AI Cooperation Organisation, so the UK is not a member of the World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organisation. We are carefully assessing the implications of it for UK interests, for global AI governance and international technology standards. As yet, we have not seen any detailed proposals for its mandate or activities. We do believe that cooperation and dialogue is essential, including dialogue with China on all of these matters.
Good crossbench. My Lords, in assessing the CCP's AI Global Initiative, which the Noble Baroness has just referred to, we should look carefully at the 29 member states of that initiative that include Putin's Russia, the military dictatorship in Myanmar, regimes in Serbia, Cuba, Belarus and Nicaragua. And although it's important that we should cooperate with like-minded nations, would she also reflect on how the Chinese Communist Party regime has deployed AI-powered facial recognition, deploys hundreds of millions of CCTV cameras in a surveillance state, has powered biometric harvesting and digital tracking to monitor its population? Isn't the alliance that we need with like-minded democratic nations living up to the standards set by the Council of Europe's suggestions on proper guardrails and doing what the Noble Baroness said before about developing our own sovereign approach to AI?
We are indeed cooperating with many like-minded allies and countries. For example, the G7, the OECD, to which the Noble Lord referred in terms of the AI principles and taking those forward. And those agreed standards are vital for both the governance and the effective adoption of AI in all countries. As I mentioned in reference to the question from the Noble Lord opposite earlier, we are not a member of the World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organisation. I did indeed also review the membership before answering this question, so I am equally aware of the membership of that organisation. And this is a global technology. It is providing opportunities and threats globally. It is very important that in respect of the UK, we provide that advice to our companies, to the public sector, so that we can be prepared both for the risks and the opportunities.
My Lords, we'll hear the Labour benches, then the Conservative benches.
My Lords, I hope we will raise our sights above some of our traditional disputes. The threat we face is a worldwide one and is recognised with what has happened in the course of the attack between Hugging and OpenAI. This is truly a threat to the whole of the world, regardless of where we come from politically, and we must therefore be looking to get the maximum cooperation on a worldwide basis that we can secure. Could we, as a starter, please start to write out what principles and what guidance we would be seeking to be putting into AI that should be minimum standards for a world application?
The government, as I mentioned, cooperates in numerous multilateral forums with others. We have indeed taken forward the OECD principles in many of these forums, which includes some of the aspects to which my noble friend referred. We will continue to talk to allies about all of these aspects. I think the other thing just to mention in respect of the risks, it is really important that we emphasise that we are both providing advice to companies on what measures they can take to improve their resilience, but we're also taking new powers through the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill in order to be able to prevent our critical essential services from attacks from wherever they emanate.
Should China or indeed any other country wish to cooperate with us on AI policy, who should they call? The Minister at DeBist, the Minister at DCMS, the Minister at the Cabinet Office, or the Prime Minister's AI advisor at the Office of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet?
We set out yesterday in our written ministerial statement the allocation of responsibilities under the government going forward. The strategy will be looked after by the Cabinet Office, that is taking the lead for AI strategy and public sector AI adoption, and the Department for Business, Trade, Innovation, Science and Trade will take on responsibility for science and innovation portfolio. But as I mentioned right at the beginning, this is a whole of government approach. This is a technology which is affecting all sectors. You will find discussion of AI policy implications in every sectoral dimension, whether that is financial services to maritime, because it is a technology that is affecting all areas. And that is another reason why we need to look at regulation on a sector-by-sector approach, because it affects different sectors differently.
My Lords, there can be no greater motivation for extensive international cooperation on AI than when it comes to safety. And other noble lords have referred to it, but it's worth reiterating in detail that last night the co-founder of OpenAI, Sam Altman, announced to the world that their latest next-generation version of GPT 5.6 Sol and an even more capable pre-release model was involved in an unprecedented cyber incident and executed a complex cyber attack independently. Surely the time for giving advice to the tech companies is over, and I welcome the government's bill on cybersecurity and resilience, but it does not extend to AI. Will the UK lead the way and coordinate a global agreement on transparency, oversight and regulation of AI?
We will continue to build on the work of discussing AI safety, AI adoption, AI governance through existing multilateral and multi-stakeholder initiatives, such as those I referred to before, the G7, the OECD Global Partnership on AI, the Council of Europe, amongst others. That is the approach that we will be taking forward. These are very important questions that my noble friend raises, and in respect of online safety, our online safety regulator also cooperates closely with other regulators to look at the implications of AI on online safety, and will continue to do so.
Private notice question on UK steel imports. Lord Hunter Wirral.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask a question which I've given private notice. The question is as follows: to ask His Majesty's Government what plans they have to set out details of changes to tariff-free quotas for Category 4 galvanised steel imports, and what assessment they have made of the impact of these changes on domestic steel production, employment, investment and supply chains.
My Lords, first, before I respond to the noble Lord's question, I just want to say that in the last couple of weeks we have been seeing each other across the dispatch box quite regularly, and it's arousing some suspicion from my wife. So, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to his question. My Lords, on 1st July 2026, the steel straight measure came into force. I presented the details to this House on 30th of June. The measure limits tariff-free steel imports, including for Category 4, and reduces overall quota volumes by 51%, compared to the expired steel safeguard to 3.2 million tonnes. Any imports above these levels will face a 50% tariff. The details of this measure have not changed since my statement on 30th of June.
Lords, we shouldn't have had to have read in the Financial Times earlier this week that the government had made specific changes to the steel tariff regime for a particular country, India, following negotiations over one of the United Kingdom's most important trade agreements. And I welcome the opening words of the Noble Lord the Minister, and I always enjoy exchanges with him over in this chamber. But Parliament surely should not be learning from the media that the government has made specific changes to the steel tariff regime for any particular country, following negotiations over what is one of the United Kingdom's most important trade agreements. The Ministerial Code is clear that major policy announcements should be made first to Parliament when Parliament is in session. So will the Noble Lord the Minister explain why Parliament was not told the full details of any further India-related changes before the tariff regime came into force on the 1st of July? And will the government now commit to making a statement while your Lordship's House is in session, setting out what changed, why it changed, what assessment was made of the impact of these changes on domestic steel producers, downstream sectors, exporters, supply chains, investment and jobs?
My Lords, I would just say to the Noble Lord, it's a pretty good try. Firstly, there has been no change to India's Category 4 quota compared to the provisional quota published in April 2026. We did not negotiate quotas with any countries apart from our agreed outcome with the EU. We have been engaging with India on steel, as we have all our trading partners. Overall, quotas reflect the need to balance stronger protection for UK producers with continued access to critical inputs for downstream sectors and critical national infrastructure.
40,000 people are involved in steel production in this country. However, 400,000 people are involved in manufacturing as a byproduct from steel. And it's really important that both sides of that industry are protected. My fear is that these tariffs may actually affect badly the manufacturing side of the industry. And could I seek reassurance from the Minister that that will not happen?
Firstly, employment impacts form part of the government's wider assessment when determining any future steel trade measures. Our objective is to protect jobs throughout the steel supply chain, both in primary steel production and among downstream manufacturers. So we continue to engage closely with producers, manufacturers and trade bodies to monitor market conditions. Where evidence suggests unintended consequences, we will continue to review the operation of the regime to ensure it remains proportionate and effective.
There is a case for protection for speciality steels for sectors like the nuclear industry. Surely the government's wider policy on quotas and tariffs is harmful to British industry as a whole. The awkward reality is that the domestic steel industry cannot supply the total demand of this country. Imports have to happen. Imports account for 60% of production in this country. And if we don't allow those imports into this country free of tariffs, free of quotas, it penalises those who are making finished products who have to compete with imports which are finished and do not bear this taxation on the border. So this is deeply harmful to British industry.
Well, also, I thank the Noble Lord for the questions. Again, I think I responded to the Noble Lord, I think on Monday, on a particular urgent question on steel and addressed the tariff issue. But let me address this, his point about imports and all that. My Lords, we have carried out a program of extensive engagement with the industry, as well as negotiations with EU, ahead of their own steel measure coming into effect. 74% of all imports by volume fall outside the scope of this measure and will not subject to any tariffs. For other products, tariffs will only be due once quotas have been exhausted. But we will continue to hear from businesses and closely monitor the impact of this measure. We will also review it after 12 months to ensure it remains effective and the balance is right for both producers and downstream users.
The government did in protecting the steel industry in this country. Don't we need to do a lot more to develop our resilience and reduce our dependency? And wasn't the danger here of Chinese domination of the industry and the government right to act? So in that context, will they say what compensation has been paid to the Chinese regime? And turning to the point by the Noble Lord Hunt about learning from the media, was the Times accurate when it reported that China had offered debt relief in return for a green light for their proposal on the mega embassy in London?
Firstly, let me address the issue on British Steel, which I'm sure the Noble Lord is referring to. As it stands, we took British Steel into public ownership immediately after we passed the Steel Nationalisation Act. As it stands, as part of the bill, we say we will appoint an independent valuer to assess the compensation, if any, that is due. And as far as we know, it's zero compensation, and that is where it stands. As far as this question on the on the Chinese embassy, I'm not aware of that, but I will find out and write to the Noble Lord.
Noble Lord the Minister will be aware from our earlier discussion on the steel legislation that went through this House of my concern relating to the availability for defence purposes. Can he give an assurance that in considering these changes, the government has given full attention to the reliability and dependability of supplies for defence purposes, particularly in circumstances when the defence pressures may be different to our current peacetime ones?
I remember our exchanges across the dispatch box, and as I said then and I will say now, we are mindful of any of the specialised steel used in any of the industries that require a speciality type of steel. We will monitor the usage, but as it stands, any steel that is not manufactured in this country, which is imported, is outside the scope of the tariff.
I'm very grateful to the Noble Lord the Minister for his answers. He's always informative and courteous and diligent at that dispatch box. If it's true that we have, as reported, widened the quota for India, we've presumably done so on two very sensible grounds. Number one, good relations with India. This is a really important trade deal, and we can hardly renege on it when the ink is barely dry. And number two, because we want to boost our domestic economy, and as the Noble Lord Lamont says, we don't want to place British manufacturers under a relative disadvantage vis-à-vis the rest of the world by forcing up their input costs. Why does that apply only to India? Shouldn't we take the same approach to our trading partners in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, in the GCC, in the European Union, and elsewhere? It does seem, of course, the real answer is to cut energy costs, but until we get there, it does seem crazy that we're going down this Trumpian line of having these immensely high tariffs, which always serve to the detriment of the industries that they're supposed to protect.
Well, firstly, let me thank the Noble Lord for those kind words. Look, we not only import steel from India. In fact, the largest import of steel is actually from the EU, and followed very closely by Vietnam, and then India itself, and not forgetting South Korea. Those are principal importers of steel into this country. As I said earlier, my answer to the earlier question, we have not changed the quota as far as with India is concerned, and we continue to engage with India and also Tata, which is obviously owned by an Indian company, regularly on the usage of steel in this country.
Just following on from the Noble Lord Hannon, why does the Noble Lord the Minister think that the overwhelming majority of economists say that tariffs harm the economy?
Well, I would refer to the Noble Lord to other countries like Canada, USA, and the EU. We are not the only country that imposes tariffs. When a particular sector is impacted and it impacts on our domestic supply, I think it is right to have tariffs in place to protect domestic sector, which in turn protects jobs and hopefully creates growth.
My Lords, government action on this is extremely welcome in the workforce, because we know that for many years our domestic steel industry was threatened by the dumping of cheap Chinese steel, and this action was motivated by trying to give our steel industry a chance of growing and winning and providing the security and sovereignty that this country deserves. Can my noble friend the Minister reassure us again that he will keep under review the tariff regime, that he will also maintain that strong engagement with trade unions who have an interest across industries, across jobs, and want to see this policy work?
Well, my noble friend is absolutely right, and I can say to her, I mean, my lords, we currently review tariffs, and as it stands, we are committed to review it again at the end of the 12-month period. And I will state this again, the quotas that are in place were informed by evidence and analysis of market conditions, where steel products are not produced or not produced in sufficient quantities in the United Kingdom. Mechanisms remain available to ensure that businesses can continue to access essential imports while maintaining appropriate safeguards for domestic industry.
Lord the Minister, and thank him very much for his statement, for answering questions so fully. My understanding is that under this round, steel exports of galvanised steel to the UK will triple on what they were. And some of the concerns have been about the impact on production here. And as my noble friend Lord Lamont said, we need to fill the gaps in our industry. But what I'd like to know is, does the Minister have any idea what impact this will make on our own steel industry and on our capacity to grow our steel industry?
Well, my lords, firstly, let me say this to the noble lady itself. Look, as it stands, the government fully recognises the importance of ensuring that businesses can obtain the materials they require. That's the principal objective of this, as far as this category of steel is concerned. And for noble lords that do not know what category 4 galvanized steel is basically the steel that's used in mainly generic purposes like steel, automobiles, and so on and so forth. So the revised quota system seeks to balance the needs of downstream users with the need to protect the UK steel industry against unfair trading practices. And we've got to bear in mind there's an oversupply of steel in the market, but we've got to protect it to protect our local manufacturers and the downstream users.
I'm very grateful to the noble Lord, the Minister. He is, in effect, saying there were no changes. So, therefore, could he please share with the House, in a full statement before we rise, exactly what tariff-free quota changes were made for Category 4 galvanised steel products, including the quota granted to India, the basis on which it was calculated, any consequential changes for other countries, and the assessment made of the impact on domestic steel production. I think we're entitled to that statement, if he could please make it in due course.
I will try and sort of provide, hopefully, a more robust and comprehensive response to the noble lord. Look, as I said earlier, there is no change as far as the quota of that steel imported from India, as far as I am aware of. Now, as far as the assessment is concerned, I mean, we have laid 2 pieces of legislation setting out how this measure will impact the different types of businesses, bearing in mind that these measures only just come in on the 1st of July itself. I mean, it's only 22 days. So give it some time before we can actually see how it will impact in the sector itself and the industry itself. And as I said, we constantly monitor the situation. We have regular contacts with steel manufacturers and downstream users. My ministerial colleagues have regular conversations with them, and I'm sure the noble lord know, which I'm really pleased and congratulate my colleague Minister MacDonald, who has now been reappointed as Minister of State, and he constantly has regular contacts with the steel sector. So we do work very closely with the sector. If there's any changes, of course we will address it accordingly.
For the next business, any noble lord who wishes to leave the chamber should do so quickly and quietly. First reading of a private member's bill, Lord John Southwark.
My Lords, I beg to introduce a bill to enable the law relating to societies registered under the Cooperative and Community Benefit Societies Act 2014 to be amended to permit and facilitate the use of a new and additional class of cooperative share capital, to provide consequential rights to members of such societies, to restrict the voting rights of certain members who hold such shares, and to permit such societies to be maintained against conversion into a company. I beg to move that this bill be now read a first time.
This bill be now read a first time. As many as of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it. European Affairs Committee appointment motion, the Senior Deputy Speaker.
I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
Is that the motion in the name of the Senior Deputy Speaker be agreed to? As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content, the contents have it. Draft Conversion Practices Bill Joint Committee appointment motion, the Lord Privy Seal.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that the motion in the name of the Lord Privy Seal be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. And to the contrary not content, the contents have it. Infected Blood Compensation Scheme Amendment Regulations 2026, Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent.
My Lords, I beg to move that this House consider the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme Amendment Regulations 2026. We must never lose sight of why we're here to debate these regulations. The infected blood scandal was a catastrophic failure of the state. It is a tragedy measured not only by the pain and suffering of its victims, but in the decades it took for that suffering to be recognised. The victims in this scandal have suffered unspeakably, and the former Prime Minister, when leader of the opposition, acknowledged the suffering caused by continued systemic failure. Our new Prime Minister has long supported the infected blood community and their fight for justice, and I want to reassure noble Lords that this government will not deprioritise this important work. My Lords, before I move on to the substance of the SI, I want to take a moment to reflect on the people behind the statistics, specifically the families of the infected who haven't just had to watch as their loved ones suffered in front of them, but have had to fight for justice, in some cases for decades, putting their lives on hold and changing them irreversibly. The families, the carers, the campaigners, my Lords, we must recognise their sacrifice. When I first spoke at this dispatch box on the infected blood scandal in March last year, it was to discuss the second set of compensation regulations. I updated your Lordship's House on the progress IPCA had made, specifically that 255 people had been asked to start their compensation claim and £44 million worth of offers had been made. A substantial amount of progress has been made since then. Indeed, as of the 14th of July, 5,404 people have been asked to start their claim, with over £2.7 billion of offers made. That is not to say that our work is done, which is why we are here today. The regulations at hand are a direct product of what we heard in the consultation. I'm sure noble Lords will appreciate that there is a diversity of views within the community, and the government has done what it can to consolidate these views to ensure that the changes we are making reflect the thoughts and feelings of the majority. I will now turn to briefly summarise those changes now. Regulation 3 introduces a new Level 2B award as recommended by the inquiry, so that people who suffered from the side effects of interferon treatment receive an additional injury award, as well as further financial loss and care compensation to reflect the impact it had on their lives. Following the consultation, the regulations also make sure that people who received more than one round of interferon will be properly compensated for each of these rounds of treatment. To be clear, the introduction of the Level 2B banding is in line with the inquiry's recommendations, which set out that the choice between creating this new banding or uplifting those who received treatment with interferon to Level 3 was for the Minister for the Cabinet Office to take. Regulation 4 removes the 25% deduction applied to past care compensation for people who choose to receive support scheme payments for life. Following the consultation, the regulations make sure that people receive past financial loss compensation based on whichever of the two ways to calculate this award is most financially beneficial to them. The government has chosen to do this to recognise that selecting only one way of calculating this award would mean some people's expected awards may reduce in size. By running both calculations and giving each person whichever is the highest amount in their personal circumstances, we ensure that everyone gets fair compensation for this award. Regulation 5 makes provision for a 50% uplift to the Core Autonomy Award for those infected under the age of 18, calculated based on the highest severity of infection they experienced during childhood. Regulation 6 amends the eligibility criteria for the Unethical Research Award so that everyone treated for a bleeding disorder before 1986 will receive an Unethical Research Award. The regulations also introduce a new Unethical Research Award for children. This means that people who were treated for a bleeding disorder in childhood will receive an uplifted award. The regulations also increase the amount of compensation that all eligible people receive for this award. It is one of the most shocking aspects of the scandal. And I'm sure noble lords will agree that no amount of money could ever make up for the heinous experimentation that happened, and particularly when that took place on children. We have listened to the feedback received through the consultation, and as a result, people who attended Trelaws will receive £60,000 rather than the £25,000 proposed in the consultation. Other children will receive £45,000. Those treated in adulthood will receive £30,000, tripling the amount they currently receive. Regulation 7 ensures that everyone who was eligible for the special category mechanism or an equivalent payment through the infected blood support schemes receive additional financial loss and care compensation. Following the consultation, these regulations ensure that everyone in this position has the award backdated to 2017 when the SCM award was first introduced, regardless of when they were assessed. Living people who were not assessed as eligible for SCM can now apply for it through IPCA, including those who were previously unsuccessful in their application to IBSS. Regulations 8 and 9 make changes to the Exceptional Loss Award under the supplementary route. These regulations introduce a compensation uplift of £60,000 for people who had entered or had an offer to enter a career that generally would have paid 10% more than the gross national median average earnings as determined in 2024 at any point prior to retirement age, but were unable to progress in this career due to their infection. This award will be made on top of their core route financial loss award. We also heard in the consultation that some people are concerned that they will not be able to access the Exceptional Loss Award if they do not have historic payslips. The government will work with IPCA to ensure that all relevant evidence can be used to help someone show they are eligible for the Exceptional Loss Award so that that is not a barrier. The government has been clear it wants the scheme to be as sympathetic and unburdensome to applicants as possible. Regulation 10 introduces a 50% uplift to the Core Injury Award for some affected people. This includes eligible bereaved partners and children and siblings who themselves have been affected under 18 years of age. Eligible bereaved parents will also be able to receive this award in the tragic circumstances where their child passed away while under the age of 18. I want to assure noble lords that, as with the rest of these regulations, the decisions we made on this award directly reflect what we heard through the consultation about the specific impacts of the scandal on children. Regulations 11 and 12 are unrelated to the public consultation and relate to the transfer of responsibility for making support scheme payments from the Infected Blood Support Scheme to IPCA. To maintain consistency with the support schemes, the value of someone's support scheme payments are uprated every year in April at the rate of CPI on the previous September. These regulations therefore account for the next CPI uplift taking place in April 27, after IPCA takes responsibility for making support scheme payments for the infected blood support schemes. The changes I have set out are the result of this government, accounting for the variety of views we heard in the consultation, balancing this with a tariff-based scheme that can be delivered as quickly as possible. Today's debate, while focused on the regulations, is not about the government work on this matter. It is about those people who have lived through some of the most tragic circumstances and doing what we can to bring them justice. I beg to move.
Is that this motion be agreed to. Amendment, Baroness Brinton. Baroness Brinton is taking part remotely. I invite the noble Baroness to speak.
I thank the Noble Lady, the Minister, for her introduction to the SI and also for the recent meeting. And I will ask her many questions, and if she can't answer them all, I look forward to hearing from her in due course. My Lords, I've laid the regret motion because of very serious disquiet from both infected and affected victims about changes to the scheme, including some in this SI, and real worries about the new processes themselves. And I particularly want to thank the individuals and infected blood organisations for contacting me. And I echo the points made by the Noble Lady, the Minister, about the seriousness of what has happened to them and their lives and the loved ones that they have lost. The changes, unfortunately, have destroyed what remains of the trust with many of the victims and has had a deeply damaging consequence on people already victimised for decades by our NHS and governments past. There was real hope after Sir Brian Langstaff's full inquiry report in May 2024 and his additional report last July, stating that government and IBCA needed to review their processes to get them right and follow his recommendations. IBCA says that scheme managers attend a 3-week training course. Astonishingly, there are no assessors or reviewers who have clinical experience in this specific area, and victims tell me that assessors just don't understand what had happened medically to victims, causing them immense distress. Both the Haemophilia Society and the Hepatitis C Trust say that the arbitrary and indefensible inequities resulting from this lack of expertise must be addressed. For example, the consequences of using interferon as an early treatment for hepatitis C is similar to having severe chemotherapy, which has caused in itself, on top of the infection, very long-term life-changing damage to victims. And the new Level 2B uplift of 2 years financial loss award just doesn't recognise the lasting medical legacy from interferon treatment. So will the government agree that those treated with interferon should receive a permanent uplift to their financial loss and care awards? Sir Brian Langstaff said clearly in his inquiry report that assessors must not ask for inappropriate evidence. IBCA assessors keep asking clinicians in haemophilia centres for the exact date of infection. But the inquiry report set out in detail how many health records have been destroyed many years ago. Worse, these IBCA requests then result in long pauses to the processing of claims, as well as a frustration from clinicians and, frankly, despair from the victims. This burden of exact proof should be relaxed, as Sir Brian said. It's clear over the decades of illness and treatment roughly when people were infected, and arguments about an exact date in the decade of infection doesn't change the subsequent decades of ill health, loss of employment, infection of family, and the consequences for affected victims too. So will the government stop this practice and take Sir Brian's common sense approach to the burden of proof, relax exact evidence requirements for infected and affected families once it is clear roughly when people were infected? And will the government address this and other operational problems as a priority? Concerns continue about the unethical research awards. I'm glad the Noble Lady mentioned it. It's not clear exactly how these awards were calculated. So please, can this be explained clearly and the level reviewed, reflecting the seriousness of the treatment? To be absolutely clear, this was the NHS and the state using children as guinea pigs without their or their families' knowledge nor understanding of the risks. It is still truly shocking and not just a minor dereliction of duty. The IBCA Technical Experts Group discussions about how to handle suicide or attempted suicide is appalling. It beggars belief for officials to suggest that people might wish to commit suicide in order to secure some further compensation for their family. It demonstrates a complete lack of understanding of what the families have been through long before the scheme was created more recently. And their view, that is the technical experts' view, contradicts the government's own view that the infected blood scandal represents a system failure with a, quote, profound and lasting impact on the lives of thousands, end quote. No wonder families are distressed. Compensation for carers is also causing real concern. Many affected people provided unpaid care for family members, including children, suffering financial disadvantage and missing work opportunities. And the current scheme does not recognise this financial and personal loss. So will the government review this injustice? The government says that the care award in deceased estates recognises care received by the infected person. But this award is automatically passed on only through the law of succession. So family members who may have provided full-time care for decades, but who aren't in that direct line of succession, for example, a parent or a previous wife, are excluded from the estate. And that's a denial of everything that family carer did and lost. How is this fair? Also, the financial loss payments for eligible dependents of the deceased infected people doesn't address the substantial difference in overall compensation between an infected person who survives to claim and the one who dies just before compensation is paid. The financial loss was the same. The difference is catastrophic. And can the Minister say why the infected injury award increases according to the severity of the infection, but the tariff ends before the most serious outcome of all, the death of the infected person, and why there is no recognition of this ultimate harm? The Treasury uses their compensation death discount if there was any physical separation of the couple before death. One caregiving widow left the marital home because she feared her husband's behaviour, a side effect of his infection, with their children. The Treasury's actions seem unforgivably hard. My Lords, these are just a few of the concerns of the infected blood community, and I hope the government will review these issues urgently. I beg to move.
The question was that the regulations laid before the House on the 18th of June be approved, since when an amendment has been moved by Baroness Brinton at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
My Lords, time is not just short for speakers in this debate, but increasingly so for the remaining victims of infected blood to get justice after one of the biggest ever failures by the British state on record. Curiously enough, all records are missing in Northern Ireland over infected blood. Issues there for unknown reasons. So when I speak, I'm speaking simply for England, Scotland and Wales. But I do strongly agree with all that my noble friend Baroness Brinton has just said in her regret motion. For sure, there is an ongoing process to recognise and compensate, but it itself has been fraught with a lot of confusion, muddle and terrible delays. And still today, no sense of urgency that I can see. These regulations, in reality, the 10 of them, are just one more skirmish with reality, causing alarm, indeed, in the way in which they've been mooted. For example, I had one correspondent, who I don't know, who wrote to me out of the blue from the infected blood community world, thinking that this set of regulations gives the last chance to do anything at all. This is not so. If ministers decide, for they can change policy and they can change pace at will, and I have no sense that this is happening. Indeed, the obfuscation continues, for I've had a written answer kindly from the noble Baroness, the Minister, who wrote to me earlier this month, telling me that there have been 19,565 claimants to the Infected Blood Authority, but of whom only 3,336 have been paid. That's clear and straightforward, and I thank her for that. Yet on the other hand, in a parallel question, again in this month, about the numbers who've died before settlements, amidst quite a chunk of verbiage, there was actually no answer at all about those who've died before settlement has happened. And I think we should have this information, and I think it's wrong that we don't have this information. And I look to the Minister perhaps to revisit my question when she has a moment to see what can be done. This whole issue has been crisscrossing ministerial desks for decades. It was certainly doing that when the new Prime Minister was himself Secretary of State for Health back along, quite a long time ago. I trust that his door will always be open at number 10 to the afflicted, and I hope the shutters are never going to come down whilst he's Prime Minister from those who are afflicted wishing to get access. And I certainly warmly welcome the appointment of the new Secretary of State for Health. She, and I say this with respect, is a noted Whitehall warrior and has got real depth of experience over decades in ministerial office. And I hope that she will now get a real grip as a matter of urgency on this faltering process, cutting through the administrative thickets before many more die as continuing mortality takes its toll.
We must thank the noble lady Baroness Brinton for her introduction to this motion. Like others, I've had some desperately sad correspondence from widows whose husbands died relatively early after infection. Infection denied them children, some suffered serious discrimination within their own family, some find their husbands' medical records are missing, and probate rules have created barriers. All those affected are so deeply wounded by the lasting emotional, financial and practical consequences of the scandal, re-traumatised over decades of seeking accountability. As one widow wrote, and I quote, "No amount of money will bring back our loved ones, and there is no way you can put a figure on what we've had to go through." There are ongoing problems, and we must follow Sir Brian's lead. 2 years ago, though, not a penny was going out the door in recognition of the wrongs perpetrated. The delays until now are shameful. I thank the Minister and the civil servants for meeting me. The civil servants working on this are being as scrupulous as they can. The compensation coming from the Treasury, effectively taxpayers, recognises as a nation the extent of the scandal. The NHS had purchased contaminated products, and some professionals abused the trust of people in services meant to protect and respect life. We've gone from nowhere to where we are today, only thanks to those wronged speaking out time and time again to a system that seemed deaf to their plight. My noble friend Baroness Campbell of Surbiton can't be here today. Through her own experiences, she's taught me and others so much, and I'm grateful to her for sharing her thoughts on this motion and the need for recognising those affected as well as those infected. Differing eligibility criteria, the inconsistencies in estimating financial loss and bereavement have led to inequalities and unintended consequences. Those affected fear claims over their deceased infected relative being increasingly delayed. The proposed Death Recognition Award should be amended to recognise those who experience the bereavement, rather than automatically becoming part of an estate, as probate barriers can stop the person most affected from being recognised in the compensation. Deceased infected claims progress more slowly than many expected, prolonging uncertainty for bereaved families. Families who provided years of unpaid care feel their contribution has gone inadequately recognised. And because financial loss awards differ depending on dates and circumstances, many families believe this creates unjust disparities in compensation that they can't understand. Thousands of families live with the consequences of the infected blood scandal. While no compensation can replace a loved one, it can acknowledge the profound loss suffered and help restore confidence that the state is committed to delivering justice fairly. There is an ancient saying, "Trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback." This compensation scheme and the Hillsborough law might be the foot soldiers of trust in this nation if and only if we get candour and subsequent actions right.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble lady Baroness Finlay and indeed all of the speakers thus far in this debate. and I will continue on where the noble lady left off, of taking a moment to look at the big picture. We have a huge problem with trust in politics, trust in government in our society at the moment. Now, sometimes attached to that is the idea that in the past there was some golden age when everything worked. This tragedy, this awful behaviour by the state is a demonstration that that's not the case. We have huge problems of dysfunction in the way our state has worked over long periods of time. And as the noble lady Baroness Finlay said, addressing this fairly, justly, with compassion and care is something that could start to repair the relationship between the state and the people. Now, I want to particularly note the very powerful speech of the noble lady Baroness Brinton, as like all of the other speakers up to now who've been very much leaders in this area. I come along modestly and add the Green Party's support when I can. But I do also want to thank the noble lady Baroness Anderson of Stoke-on-Trent for addressing the start of this debate with appropriate seriousness and recognising the sacrifice of families, campaigners, those who've been affected, who have demonstrated that campaigning works, that we do at least have a compensation scheme. But what their experience is also demonstrating is that you cannot say, we've won our fight, now we can get on with our lives. People have to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And that is an unreasonable burden to put on people who've already fought for so much. Now, I just want to pick up a couple of specific points. I think, and I'm starting with the very important contribution from the noble Lord Patten, and it's considered bad form in your Lordship's House to repeat, but I am going to repeat his demand. The government surely has to be able to find figures to show how many people have died waiting for compensation. The figures are awful, around 3,000 compensated of 19,000 applications, and we know there must be a lot of deaths in there, and it cannot be beyond the capacity of the government to give us that figure, to help demonstrate to the public so everyone can see clearly what's happening. This is about basic transparency. There's many points to be made about what's wrong that's happening now, and many of them have already been made. But I want to just pick on two, because I think these are two issues that the public would be quite astonished by if they were actually widely known. One is the fact that compensation payments are being eroded by inflation. The longer the state drags its feet, the less effective money that people are getting to be able to get on with their lives. And that is just inappropriate and clearly wrong. And the other point is the way in which victims who've died it must be treated as the same way as living victims. Bereaved families see the money immediately reduced as soon as someone dies, and they're dying because of the terrible actions of the state. That cannot be considered in any way acceptable. So, my lords, it's really easy to get really angry about this, and your Lordship's House, I think, already has and will continue to do so. We have a new government. We have a chance for a new start. Let's hope this government approaches this with compassion and care and a realistic understanding that we have to restore trust in the state, trust in government, and indeed we, in this current age of shocks with so many health and other threats approaching, need to ensure the trust in the medical profession, and this compensation scheme can go some way to restoring that.
My Lords, my mum, Sheila Davis, died from liver cancer in 2017 after a long battle with hepatitis. She didn't drink, she never smoked, and I think she went out of the country a grand total of 3 times. In fact, she rarely ventured outside of Plymouth, where she worked in the MOD. She worked all her life, paid her taxes, brought up my twin brothers as a single parent, and didn't moan. In fact, she was the most stoic, brave, and principled woman I know. In the late 70s, she had a gallbladder operation in Devonport Hospital, Plymouth. The gallstones they removed filled a jam jar. I remember her shaking them at me at the kitchen table. I was 15. She was on warfarin at the time and therefore needed a blood transfusion, which was standard practice for a large wound operation, and she thought nothing of it. So, like so many hepatitis cases, it took 20 years before the symptoms started to really impact her life. From that moment, she was on a cocktail of tablets, drugs, and endless tests. Yet she never stopped working through colds, flu and infections. And she never explained to us children what she had, so she dealt with that fear all alone. I rang her best friend at the weekend to check, and my mum had never told her either. Such was the shame and stigma that came from the diagnosis of hepatitis and HIV, which meant that so many people were shunned and abandoned. Whole families of haemophiliacs died without communities and were ostracised. In many cases, it was women that picked up the burden of care. Mum had a consultant who seemed to get things under control, but when he went back to Australia, things went downhill very fast. It was only at the very end that my brother had to take my mum to appointments that the truth started to come out. I then took her to Harley Street after she decided to pay for herself to see a specialist. I sat there while he told her that had she been referred 6 months earlier, he could have done something to help her. But apart from experimental drugs that would put her in bed for 6 months and only just prolong her life a little, there was nothing he could now do. It was too late. It felt like the third time that our NHS had let her down. I talked her out of spending her last 3 months in bed, as she was a fiercely independent woman. And 3 months later, she died. We got her back home to the house that she'd lived in for 50 years, surrounded by her family. My story is not unique. There are many families with worse ones. Mum died in February of 2017, just months before the first real transparency in contaminated blood. We found out not only was blood obtained from American prisons, but also from prisons in the UK, like Dartmouth, which might well have been the prison that supplied the blood to the hospitals in Plymouth. It hadn't been screened, worst it was batched, long after many countries had changed their practice. Some hospitals and trusts, as we've heard, and I know, deliberately destroyed records. My mum died before she could talk about what she had endured. She was terrified that it might come out into the public that she had Hep C because I was in the public eye. Getting records together has been nigh on impossible. I've tried, even with my influence, which is better than most, and still we've had little help. There are many poor families out there that are really struggling with just getting the information. This last weekend, I spent time online with people who have lived this nightmare. I hope the noble Baroness, the Minister, who I know genuinely wants to help, will find some of their expertise useful. They mentioned awareness and equality of Hep B sufferers and the importance of understanding how Hep B can trigger, especially for haemophiliacs who have multi-conditions. Claim managers were suggested who target claim types so they can build up expertise knowledge in specialist areas. Help with record gathering and emphasis on genuine testimony, speeding up compensation, especially for those that are dying. Working closely with charities and support groups who have been dealing with victims for decades. And support and recognition for the many women who were given contaminated blood during childbirth and were told not to have any more children. This was beyond a terrible avoidable mistake, and it was an even bigger disgrace of a cover-up. A minimum of 30,000 people affected and 3,000 premature deaths, and hundreds of thousands of families affected by this contaminated drug scandal, ignored for so many years. All governments have to own their part, and all members of this House and the other place need to come together to establish justice and transparency for all victims. And we must take lessons from what's gone on in the past and do no harm going forward.
It's an honour to follow the noble Baroness. And I think when you hear stories directly like that, it has an impact, and I am so sorry for your loss. And as ever, I have to declare my interest as always, because one of my sister's twin boys, my nephew, a haemophiliac infected with hepatitis C, died at the age of 35, leaving a 10-month-old baby daughter. And I more than support the noble Baroness Brinton's regret motion. Of course, although progress has been made, the implementation of the compensation scheme is still causing unnecessary and huge distress to too many victims and their families. And despite we who fight in this chamber and raise this issue and these issues that we're hearing today, as do the affected and the infected, nothing fundamental changes to the issues that we raise in this chamber. Anyway, I begin by acknowledging this minister's personal commitment to this issue, which is appreciated. And I know that much work has gone into establishing the compensation scheme, but I have to say that the measure of success is not the creation of the scheme, it is the experience of those going through it. I want to raise 3 practical concerns today. The first is the burden of evidence. Time and time again, I hear from victims and bereaved families who are being asked to provide information that they have already supplied many times over many years to government departments, to previous support schemes, and to the infected blood inquiry itself. Others are being asked for records dating back 40 or 50 years, long since disappeared. Surely the starting point should be different, where the state already holds the information or has previously accepted the facts. It should rely on its own records. And after decades of fighting simply to be believed, people should not now feel that they are being asked to prove their case all over again. My second concern is that these problems are not new. Representative organisations have been raising them consistently. Affected individuals have been raising them consistently. The government knows about them. IBCA knows about them. We politicians have raised them often enough, and yet the same concerns continue to be raised over and over again to no avail. The government should and must expect the authority to learn quickly from claimants' experience, to adapt its processes as problems emerge, and if the same complaints continue to be heard month after month after month, something is plainly not working as it should. And my third point is about certainty. Many people still do not know when they are likely to be invited into the scheme, how long the process is expected to take, or what stage their claim has reached. And after decades of uncertainty, they deserve clear communication about what they can expect and when they can expect it. So I ask the Minister 3 questions. First, what further steps will the government take to ensure that claimants are not repeatedly asked for information that the government and other organisations already possess? Secondly, what assurances and examples can the Minister give the House that the government are holding IBCA to account for resolving these recurring problems more quickly? And what punishment do they mete out to IBCA when they can't answer? Thirdly, what further improvements will be made to communications with claimants so that they do have a clear understanding of where they are in the process and when they can realistically expect decisions? You know, the hard decisions have already been taken. The inquiry established the truth. Parliament accepted the need for compensation. The money is there. The remaining task is to ensure that delivery matches the promises that have been made. That is what victims and families and those who have waited so long for justice now deserve.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble lady, and I want to particularly mention the contribution from the noble lady Baroness Davis of Devonport, who so powerfully set out the real-world consequences of this scandal, and not just the infections, but also the stigma that went with them. And I thank her for doing that in this debate. I want to thank my noble friend, the Minister, for all of her work on this. I know she has been a passionate advocate for change. And I also want to use this debate to pay tribute to the outgoing Paymaster General, Nick Thomas-Symonds, for all he did to implement the inquiry recommendations. We do now have an operational, funded compensation scheme that has paid out more than £2.5 billion. The difference this has made to victims is immeasurable. And for many infected people, this has brought not only financial security, but after more than 40 years, a sense that they can begin to move forward with dignity and hope. My Lords, I would like to pay tribute to the Terence Higgins Trust for their tireless work supporting people living with HIV and hepatitis C and ensuring that victims' voices have been heard. Because there are a couple of outstanding issues for those co-infected with HIV and hepatitis C from contaminated blood and blood products that I want to mention today. The first regards interferon treatment. Many people co-infected with HIV and hepatitis C could not wait for newer, safer treatments. Their health was deteriorating, HIV treatment options were limited, and the pressure to act was immense. Interferon brought severe side effects, repeated courses of therapy, and additional suffering compounded by HIV infection. Now, the government has said in the other place that those who suffered side effects from interferon will receive an additional award, and that each course of treatment will be recognised. That commitment is absolutely welcome, but I have to say, from my reading of it, that commitment is not explicitly in the regulations before us today. So I ask my noble friend the Minister to confirm that this regulation will apply equally to all co-infected victims, including payment for each round of interferon treatment. And my second point concerns bereaved parents. I welcome the proposed exceptional loss uplift for bereaved partners, children, siblings and parents of children who died before 18. But, my Lords, there does remain a gap. Many people infected with HIV never had the opportunity to build families of their own because of the stigma, discrimination, fear and the expectation of an early death. Some died as adults while still being cared for by their parents. Those parents still suffered profound loss and should not be excluded simply because their child lived beyond their 18th birthday. I therefore ask my noble friend the Minister to consider extending the 50% exceptional loss uplift to bereaved parents whose infected child died over 18 without a partner or children. My Lords, the scandal caused lifelong physical and psychological harm, compounded for those living with HIV by stigma, isolation and decades of uncertainty. This government has made great strides toward justice, to rebuilding trust through the scheme and with the passing of the duty of candour law to deal with other such scandals. I hope we can now take these final steps to ensure everyone impacted receives the fairness, dignity and recognition they deserve.
I'm deeply conscious how much knowledge many noble lords have on this topic, knowledge that has often been tragically accumulated through their own personal experiences and that of their families. So I want to start by paying tribute to those, both in this House and outside it, who have done so much to expose the scandal and to push for justice, including, of course, as we've heard so eloquently, several noble lords participating in this debate. And if I may just briefly mention one other, the noble Lady Baroness Featherstone's late sister Della, who I remember as always such a smiling, happy person, but who was also such a formidable campaigner, driven by her own family's tragedy. Of course, one issue of widespread concern, as both Lord Hatton and Baroness Bennett in particular have touched on, is the speed with which compensation payments are being made and will be made, especially given the steady death toll, sadly, of victims of this tragedy. So I very much welcome the government's response when the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee, of which I'm a member, dug into this SI to confirm that it expects the vast majority of payments for infected people to be made by 2027 and for affected by 2029. But last year, Baroness Anderson, the Minister, went a little further on the 19th of March when she talked of IPCA's aim to have made the majority of its payments far ahead of those dates. So I hope the noble lady, the Minister, might be able to tell us what progress is being made on those more ambitious dates and when, for example, can we expect the majority of payments to have been made by? And have those dates changed since the original profile of compensation spending was agreed with the Treasury? But even with the best possible answers on those points, it will still be several years before payments are concluded. And so the fixed numbers, the fixed financial figures set in this statutory instrument and the other related legislation will, as we have heard, continue to be eroded by inflation, reducing what people receive before everything is settled. Now, the government's explanation to the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee for not uprating figures to cater for inflation, I must admit I found a little puzzling, because it was a two-pronged justification. One, that it wasn't consistent with a tariff-based system, and the second, that it would be very administratively burdensome. Now, I find that puzzling because there are many other SIs that come through Parliament which appear to manage exactly both those things. Conscious of time, I will perhaps mention just the one. The Armed Forces and Reserve Forces Compensation Scheme Amendment Order 2026, which takes several financial numbers fixed in legislation related to compensation and updates them explicitly in response to those figures have been eroded over time by inflation. And indeed, the government's explanatory memo also talks of plans to regularly review the relevant lump sum in future in order to uprate it in future in line with inflation. And that's just one of many different examples there are of other schemes, other compensation arrangements, where the government does regularly update figures in line with inflation. It doesn't find it inconsistent in those other areas with tariff-based approaches, and it doesn't find it unnecessarily administratively burdensome. So I hope the noble lady, the Minister, can, if not maybe necessarily promise future uprating to deal with inflation, at least set out a clear path to look further at this issue, because this is not just an abstract matter of sort of geeky maths and statistical detail. It goes to the heart of whether victims of this appalling tragedy will finally be properly treated and respected by the systems that govern us. So I very much hope the noble lady, the Minister, will be able to respond positively on those points and the others that we have heard in this debate.
My Lords, before I speak to the motion to approve these regulations and the regret motion in the name of the noble lady Baroness Brinton, I want to begin by reflecting on the courage and tenacity of all the infected and affected victims of the infected blood scandal. They have shown immense strength in the course of their long campaign, and they deserve justice without delay. There is one point that ought to be made at the outset. The previous Minister for the Cabinet Office rightly placed great store on the delivery of infected blood compensation and repeatedly presented it as a central priority. Victims are now entitled to ask where it leaves them. They not only have to live with the uncertainty that inevitably accompanies a change of government, but the latest figures demonstrate that the pace and consistency of compensation payments remain well behind where they should be. After everything these families have endured, they should not be expected to endure yet more uncertainty about when justice will finally arrive. I thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, and the noble Baroness, Lady Brinton, both for their time and for putting the victims at the centre of their remarks. Our shared cross-party objective of delivering justice for the victims is why we are having this debate, and we will continue to work constructively to maintain that consensus across the main parties. As the noble Baroness Lady Brinton notes in her motion, we should recognise the progress made by the government and the Infected Blood Compensation Authority since October 2025. The latest publicly available figures show 3,358 people have received compensation. But while that is welcome, there is still widespread concern about the pace of progress. The Hepatitis C Trust have said compensation must be delivered faster, and that thousands of victims are still waiting even to be invited to claim compensation, let alone be paid, actually be paid what they are due. There also remains a striking imbalance in who has received compensation to date. Living infected persons who have never received support comprise just 35 people, 1% of the claims paid. A concerningly small number of affected people and those acting on behalf of a deceased infected person have received payments following their claims. When does the noble Baroness, the Minister, anticipate a meaningful increase in the figures for those groups of victims? On the issue of costs and compensation, the previous government allocated £11.8 billion to fund infected blood compensation, but the National Audit Office now estimates the total expected payout to be £12.8 billion. What contingencies are being put in place to ensure that funds are available to pay compensation to all those who are eligible? And, my Lords, pace is not the only concern. A number of important issues remain unresolved, including but not limited to the disparity between compensation for living and deceased infected people and the injury award for unethical medical testing. I hope the noble Baroness, the Minister, will be able to address those and other concerns when she responds to this debate. And in responding to those points, will the noble Baroness, the Minister, set out what work is being done to support affected and infected people with their applications for compensation? We need a scheme that recognises the complexities of individual cases and takes care to give people tailored support. I would very much like to pay tribute to my noble friend Lady Davis of Devonport, who has spoken today so movingly of her own experiences and her mother's story. She and other noble lords have rightly highlighted the challenges faced by many families in obtaining the necessary records. This is another example of the need for tailored support for victims. So do the teams at IBCA have the skills to support families where records are difficult to access? What assessment has been made to ensure IBCA has the necessary skills in place to deliver the best possible support for all victims? Because it is they and their families who must come first. We will continue to work constructively with the government to ensure rapid progress is made.
My Lords, before I start, I want to put on record the fact that I'm in awe of the noble Baroness Lady Davis for her speech. I can only imagine how difficult it was for her to stand up and do that. And she demonstrates, as we have all listened on many occasions, to the pain and heartbreak of why we are actually here, and the fact that behind each statistic that is so easy for us to talk about, that there is a family that is still grieving for their loved one. And so for her and for, I'm going to say my noble friend, but also for Baroness Featherstone, we are so grateful that you are here to share, to remind us every day of the realities. And while I say that, I also want to put on record my personal thanks to Baroness Campbell, who isn't able to be with us today, who makes sure that every day she speaks truth to power on behalf of everybody that is suffering. I thank all of you for doing so. I also want to there's many points that have been raised, and I'm really aware this is the first time I've done a timed SI, and this is such an emotive issue that I may not be able to answer every point, but as ever I'll reflect on Hansard and Wright. But there's a couple of things I want to put on record, because when we discuss the issues of infected blood, we know that there are people listening to us to make sure what the government is actually saying and that we are sticking with what we have promised. And it is on that I want to make sure. So in answer to a very, very important point raised by the noble Baroness Lady Finn, I want to make it very clear that the £11.8 billion that has been allocated is neither a target nor a cap. The previous Chancellor of the Exchequer, and I would also make every guarantee on behalf of the new Chancellor of the Exchequer that the money will be found if the money needs to be found, but this is neither a target nor a cap. The noble Baroness Lady Davis raised a range of specific recommendations, and so did the noble Baroness Lady Featherstone. What I'd like to do is facilitate 2 meetings if noble lords wish to attend, one of which with the leadership of IBCA to go through some of the recommendations, because some of them are about humanity and how we engage, and I think that would be very helpful for them to hear those stories, but also again with my officials, and it's an open door always with my officials about the specifics that we face. I think every member of your Lordship's House reflected that we are still dealing with a matter of national shame, that this is a black mark that we are still having to tackle, and I very much want to echo the words of the noble Baroness Lady Finlay in terms of this is taxpayers' money in recognition of something of an appalling state failure, and we need to get this right. I personally am hoping that the way in which we are doing this, and I very much appreciate, we had an option whether the tariff-based scheme was the option that was recommended as the fastest way of getting the money out of the door, because every one of the people we are trying to support have lives that are more complicated, more challenging, and how we can definitely help support the majority. So, my lords, in terms of the specifics that have been raised with me, and I wish to speak quickly, so forgive me, because I want the noble Baroness Lady Brinton to have as much time as possible at the end of the debate. But in terms of the point raised on IPCA's prioritisation, which was raised by many members of your Lordship's House, IPCA prioritises claims based on recommendations from the Infected Blood Inquiry. Prioritisation lists differ slightly depending on the cohort, but I want to reassure Noble Lords that those sadly nearing end of life and aged 75 or over are prioritised across the board, whether infected or affected. But Noble Lords will be aware that every affected claim has to be based on the assessment of an infected claim, a foundational claim, to tie the two claims together. That as per IPCA's community update of 9th of July earlier this month, they have asked everyone registered as living infected, never compensated and nearing the end of their life to start their claim, and are now contacting people with advanced liver disease. IPCA have asked everyone who has registered to make a deceased infected claim with a beneficiary of an estate who is nearing the end of their life to start their claim, and are now contacting beneficiaries who are aged 75 or over. We're currently asking living affected people who are nearing the end of their life to start their claim, and expect to soon have contacted everyone currently registered in this group. They will then have contact people aged 75 or over to start the claim. On IPCA's staff training raised by the Noble Baroness Lady Brinton, IPCA's claim managers do indeed receive an initial 3-week training, which includes background into the infected blood scandal and the inquiry's work and recommendations, so that everyone in the organisation understands the human stories behind their work. Staff receive specific trauma-informed training from a clinical psychologist to ensure they can provide the best support possible to each person coming to IPCA. Claim managers meet members of the community during their training to ensure they understand not just what happened, but how it has impacted their lives, and this continues throughout their employment. Noble Baroness raised the long-term side effects of interferon. These regulations introduce a new higher level of award for infected people who were treated with interferon. The new Level 2B Core Compensation Award will provide more financial loss and care compensation for the full 2 years after treatment to anyone treated with interferon who would otherwise be receiving a Level 2 award. On those on Level 3 or Level 4 infection severity banding, the inquiry made no recommendations in relation to recognising the impact of interferon treatment for people who are already eligible for Level 3 or 4 awards. The technical expert group supported the view that Level 3 compensation awards already account for the types of harms that people may have suffered as a result of treatment with interferon. Noble Baroness Lady Brinton raised the most heartbreaking, which is the historic evidence of suicide. The government looked at how to make the severe health condition award for psychiatric disorders more accessible and with a less intrusive ask for evidence. We examined using types of evidence such as suicide to qualify for the award. Imposing such a re-traumatising requirement would place an unconscionable and egregious burden on families who have already endured decades of profound mental suffering. When designing any compensation scheme, the government must ensure that no mechanism or award criteria inadvertently creates a risk to potentially vulnerable people, which is why we are progressing in the way that we are. But I will again write to all members of your Lordship's House to put that in writing. On recognition of carers, I have also met with many of the people who, and heard from many of the people that members of your Lordship's House have too. The care award is provided to people making a claim as an infected person or as the representative of a deceased infected person's estate. This award is intended to compensate specifically for financial loss caused by the hour and nature of care needed, but I am aware of the impact that has had on some people who would not necessarily have received that through the estate. The government took, in terms of the unethical research award amounts, I have had this raised with me both in your Lordship's House but also outside many times. The government took a great deal of care in determining the award values and the qualifying criteria for a cohort of people subjected to, or may have been subjected to, unethical research. This included obtaining advice from legal experts and considering the responses to the consultation. The published response to the consultation provides an analysis of the responses received. This award is intended to compensate people for the specific distress caused by discovering they may have been subject to unethical research practices. The core root awards, such as the Injury and Social Impact Awards, already compensate for the long-term physical and mental impact caused by someone's infections. And my lords, I'm really aware that if I speak for much longer, then the noble Baroness Lady Brinton won't have much time, so I will write on every other point raised apologies. But what I would like to say, I want to put on record my thanks to every member of your Lordship's House who has ensured that this issue continues to have the hearing that it deserves. I also want to thank my incredible team, both my private office and my civil servants, for making sure that on such an emotive issue, I am well informed and engaged, and that we are trying our very best to make sure that we are supporting those victims of what is one of the most egregious scandals in living memory.
My Lords, Baroness Brinton is taking part remotely. I invite Baroness Brinton to speak.
My Lords, I thank Lady Davis of Devonport for her very moving contribution about her mother's own experience, reminding us of the consequences of stigma, hidden infections, and the consequences of diseases like hepatitis not identified, meaning she couldn't be treated. And I understand what it took for her to give that speech, but it was very, very powerful. And I'm sorry Lady Campbell of Surbiton can't be here this afternoon, and I pay tribute to her for her many decades of campaigning on justice for victims of contaminated blood, as with my noble friend Lady Featherstone and her family's experience, sobering for all of us and a reminder of the real impact of this. And I thank the noble Lord Patton for his informed contribution and the stress on urgency of resolving the many outstanding issues, and I'm grateful to the Minister for responding to that. And both Lady Finlay and Lady Bennett also spoke movingly about the bigger picture, that we mustn't lose sight of that. And Lord Doyle reminded us of the progress that has been made, and I must confess I apologise, my speech did not talk much about the progress that has been made, and there has been. My concern is what is still outstanding. And Lord Pack made a very important point about inflation, and I do hope the Minister can look at this. And I want to thank the Minister, as ever, for her measured and caring approach. This is something that we really all want to work together on, but today's debate has demonstrated that there remain urgent issues. So I want to end by thanking all the victims and their families, and hope that they're reassured by the cross-party support for them and their concerns. And I hope the Minister will be able to help improve payment times and remedy some of the many injustices in the scheme at the moment. In the meantime, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment to the motion.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is, by leave, withdrawn. The question is that the original motion be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. I'll have a second to allow personnel to change. Greater Cambridge Development Corporation Establishment Order 2026, Baroness Taylor of Stevenage.
My Lords, I beg to move that the committee consider the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation Establishment Order 2026, which was laid before the House on the 4th of June 2025. The Local Government Planning and Land Act 1980 sets out that the Secretary of State may designate an urban development area where they are of the opinion it is expedient in the national interest and following a public consultation. Between the 4th of February to the 1st of April 2026, the Government held a public consultation on establishing the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation to promote ambitious, high-quality, sustainable growth and unlock the full potential of Greater Cambridge for the benefit of its communities and the country as a whole. I am grateful to all those who took time to engage and provide thoughtful and constructive feedback. Consultation respondents were clear that Greater Cambridge faces increasingly complex challenges relating to infrastructure provision and the supply of affordable housing. This is having a detrimental effect on quality of life and holding back the region's ability to scale its globally significant innovation economy. The Government believes that these challenges cannot be met by incremental change alone. Delivering nationally significant growth in Greater Cambridge requires a bold, long-term approach and a genuine step change in how infrastructure is planned, coordinated and delivered. Government considers that establishing a centrally led development corporation is the most effective way to unlock nationally significant growth at the pace and scale required, combining responsiveness to local priorities with national leadership and influence. To show the Government's commitment to fulfilling the full potential of the region, since publishing the consultation, the Chancellor has announced a further £400 million of funding for the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, doubling the £400 million announced in October 2025. Once established, the boundary of the Development Corporation aligns with the combined administrative boundary of Cambridge City Council and South Cambridgeshire District Council. This will enable the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation to deliver on its objectives and make effective use of its powers, enabling the scale of growth necessary to deliver on both local and national interests. As we set out in the consultation, the development area captures the core functional geography of the Cambridge economy, enabling a holistic approach to growth and infrastructure delivery. It will enable coherent planning across a wide area, strategic land assembly and land value capture to fund infrastructure. However, the success of the Development Corporation will also depend, of course, on a strong partnership and proactive engagement with neighbouring authorities and transport and utility providers beyond its boundary. Although the Development Corporation will predominantly focus on its designated development area, it will also have influence beyond its formal boundary. This includes the ability to acquire land outside its development area to enable it to meet its objectives. The Development Corporation will bring a combination of powers, financing and national influence beyond what is available to existing local organisations. The Development Corporation will provide clarity and certainty through a clear vision for place and a stable governance framework. The Development Corporation is intended as a joint national and local endeavour, combining local insight and input from locally democratically elected representatives with national leadership, powers and investment. It will have direct access to central government and the ability to convene and coordinate partners around shared priorities. The democratically elected local leaders from Cambridge City Council, South Cambridgeshire District Council, Cambridgeshire County Council and the Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough will be invited to join the board. The Government also recognises that resident voices from across Greater Cambridge will form an integral part of the joint local and national endeavour in shaping the area's future. The Government will therefore ask the Development Corporation to create structured forums for engagement which reflect the diversity of places and lived experiences across the region and serve as an exemplar of innovative, transparent, continuous and deep engagement. In short, it will provide Greater Cambridge with the tools, certainty and investment needed for sustainable infrastructure-first growth. The model will form an exemplar for integrated powers and funding, setting the standard for housing development elsewhere in the country. This establishment order will establish the GCDC as an entity upon which it will be granted automatic infrastructure, financial and land assembly powers. My officials are now preparing the Powers and Functions Order, a negative statutory instrument that is due later this year, which will equip the GCDC with planning powers, including the ability to determine planning applications for strategic development. Prior to the point we define the strategic sites, the Development Corporation will use minimum thresholds as a proxy to provide a clear and proportionate mechanism to focus the Development Corporation's resources on sites of strategic importance. The Development Corporation will also take on plan-making powers, but it is anticipated that this will be once the draft local plan has been adopted, subject to public examination. This combination of powers will provide Greater Cambridge with the tools, certainty and investment needed for sustainable infrastructure-first growth. The model will be an exemplar for integrated powers and funding, setting the standard for housing development elsewhere in the country, delivering the good growth that this government supports. So to conclude, this order will establish the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation and set out the boundary in which it may operate. The Greater Cambridge Development Corporation will be focused on the delivery of strategic, nationally significant growth in its boundary work collaboratively with councils, both within and bordering the development area, transport bodies and utility providers to help supercharge growth and unlock development opportunities. It will support the delivery of new homes, infrastructure and businesses and laboratory space. I extend my thanks to the local leaders and their councils for their hard work and for their ongoing collaboration in delivering nationally significant growth in Greater Cambridge. I'd also like to thank the Cambridge Growth Company under the leadership of Peter Freeman for their ongoing work in Cambridge that has helped unlock planning applications for over 9,000 homes and 528,000 square metres of commercial space. And can I also, while I'm standing at the dispatch box, thank my noble friend Lord Vallance, who is standing down from the front bench, but who has made a huge contribution to the development of the Oxcam Arc in his time as a minister, and I'm very grateful to him for that work. I hope that noble lords will join me in supporting this order. I move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. Amendment, Lord Lansley.
My Lords, I'm very grateful to the noble lady, the Minister, for the introduction to the order and setting out so very clearly what it is the government is seeking to achieve. I've tabled a regret motion, not because I oppose the establishment of the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation, but because I think what is presently in this order and in the government's plans is both insufficiently ambitious in terms of the geography and what needs to be achieved, but also overreaches in terms of what the government is seeking to do for planning and plan-making powers in Cambridge itself. I should declare an interest, of course, I was Member of Parliament for 18 years for the area of South Cambridge that the Development Corporation will cover, but also for the last decade chair of the Cambridgeshire Development Forum. And I have had only the most positive continuing engagement through that role with local planning authorities and with the Cambridge Growth Company. And I entirely agree with the noble lady that we will very much miss the noble Lord Vallance in his role as the Oxcam Growth Corridor Minister, and I hope that the government will continue to follow through on the excellent work that he implemented. From my point of view, why do I say the government is insufficiently ambitious? Because when one looks 25 years ahead, and we are looking for a development corporation to add value to what is already being done in Cambridge, which we've already now building. The university has helped to build Eddington. We've built out at Trumpington Meadows. We allocated Green Belt and are building out at the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. It's the government that prevented us from proceeding as we wanted to in Cambridge North because it wouldn't pay for the wastewater treatment removal. And we have just had Homes England, Hill Residential and the local authority and the Cambridge Growth Company coming together to set out plans for the redevelopment of Cambridge Airfield as the Cambridge East development, with East West Rail coming through. There is no shortage of impetus from the planning authorities, and indeed the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service between Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire last year was the planning authority of the year. So what we need to do is to look at this development corporation and say, how does it add value? Well, the noble lady, the Minister, was absolutely right. By building the infrastructure out, we know, for example, I'll just give one example, which is the mass rapid transit requirements around Cambridge. When you look at what Cambridge Ahead have said recently, for example, about where the Cambridge cluster really extends to and how in the years ahead we're looking at what is effectively a polycentric system of Cambridge and related large settlements which will form part of a functional economic geography. You go if you were to look at a map and a 20-mile radius around Cambridge, it includes Ely, Newmarket, Haverhill, Royston, St Neots, Huntingdon, and Huntingdon is an excellent example. We need mass rapid transit to Huntingdon in addition to the A14 and in addition to the Cambridge guided busway, and we've got the space to do it. And in Huntingdon, their local plan process currently is looking at some 24,000 additional homes in the planned period and more beyond at places like Auchenbury, Weald and Witton. But if the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation is going to deliver that infrastructure, it has the powers to do that beyond, as the Minister said, beyond its territory. But if it wanted to take responsibility for major settlements like Auchenbury, Weald or Witton, or heading to the east somewhere like Wesley Green, it is actually technically beyond the boundary that we are looking at. And if the Minister wanted to add value to the local planning process, she might like to have a look at East Cambridgeshire, who are not proceeding with any local plan process, unlike the Greater Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire authorities, who are in the midst of creating a very ambitious local plan and expect to conclude it by the end of 2027. So what I ask the Minister to do is to think very hard as a result of this regret motion and accept that the Development Corporation should not be confined to the geography that is set out here, and it should in time potentially be responsible for other major settlements. But within Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire, it should not take general planning powers, and specifically should not take the plan-making powers after the point at which the current local plan is adopted. That would be an outrageous abuse of the democratic process and would actually vitiate all the partnership working that is being done in Cambridge City and beyond, in the Greater Cambridge area, in order to try and deliver precisely the nationally significant growth that the Minister has been advocating. So we are talking here about the establishment order, but I think the Minister fully understands that what we are really talking about is that when the subsequent planning functions order comes forward, that should be an opportunity for the Minister to think again about the results of the consultation and to bring forward something that is focused on red line sites for major settlements, really strategic settlements, not taking responsibility for plan-making powers. I beg to move the regret motion in my name.
The original question was that the regulations laid before the House on 4th of June be approved, since when an amendment has been moved by Lord Lansley at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
I begin by thanking the Noble Lady Minister for setting out the case for the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation. Unavoidably, that was a case that sounded like something out of the 1970s rather than something fit for the 21st century. And it is a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Lansley, although my perspective is very different to his. For one of my regrets about his motion is that it is only a regret motion, for there is clear evidence that there is strong local opposition to the creation of the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation, and very good reason for that opposition. It might be said to be the last thing the city, its residents and its environments need or want, and the last thing that the government should need or want, you would think, given that we have a new Prime Minister acknowledging that far too much focus has been put on and resources sunk into development of a small area of the country, while the north, the Midlands and the southwest of England, many parts of Wales and far too many coastal communities and market towns have been ignored and stripped of resources by austerity. But back to Cambridge. The corporation model is designed to accelerate growth far beyond what local infrastructure, water supplies and fragile ecosystems can sustain, while stripping democratic control from Cambridge and Cambridgeshire residents. Developers, not communities, stand to benefit. The corporation risks becoming a vehicle for speculative development, with profits privatised and the costs, water shortages, traffic congestion, pushed onto residents. The structure of the corporation is profoundly undemocratic, taking away from local councils control over planning decisions, undermining the power of representatives who local people have voted for. The consultation, of course, showed majority resident opposition, and it is also apparent from the debates that have taken place in the newly elected Cambridge City Council, which is now under no overall control but with a ruling Labour group, the Greens as the second largest party and the Lib Dems close behind. The local Green group tells me that none of these parties support this corporation. More, the corporation plan is severely underfunded. What it is due to receive will do nothing to address the existing shortfall in infrastructure, and it focuses on all the wrong outcomes, on growing the bioscience and IT sectors. But before any commercial development happens, what needs to be addressed is particularly the chronic water shortages, the transport bottlenecks, the acute social housing shortfall, which new high-priced housing estates will not resolve, the insufficient electricity supply, the limited sewage capacity, the lack of sufficient hospital places, the schools that are overstretched. And how much the infrastructure is there is inadequate has been demonstrated recently by the conditions in Aidenbrook Hospital during the recent heat wave. Media reports indicated that 4 staff went home ill and 2 more collapsed at work. And that's the staff. There's a need for significant investment clearly there, and also the more than 60 schools that either closed early or indicated that pupils could leave because they were too hot. We need to fix the existing infrastructure before we think about going further. But water stress is, of course, the biggest issue. No one has really provided a substantive answer of where the water will come from for future significant development proposed under the corporation. Lincolnshire maybe, or Wales? Well, both of those places in this heavily water-stressed land might have something to say about that. The Environment Agency, as is well known, has opposed local planning applications already, such as the West Cambridge site, due to the lack of water supplies. The trees in the area, this is filling the local media right at the moment, are dying because there's not enough water for them. That's been absolutely dominating the local press in the last few days. Now, I note that recently the Labour group on the City Council downgraded the Green Party's group's amendment on motion on the rights of the River Cam. But even though it was downgraded, the Labour motion still said, "We regard the river as an integral part of the life of our city. Threats to our river are a threat to all of us." I hope that the new government is listening to its local representatives, because this whole development corporation is an idea that comes from the 20th century, a failed model that has given us the climate and nature emergencies, the terrible state of public health, and the rampant inequality of the UK of 2026. And it is ironic that this is happening while we have a new Prime Minister who says that he wants to give greater say to communities. This corporation takes away that say. To quote local Green councillors, "This is a power grab, not a plan." And I realise that the noble lady, the Minister, may not be able to provide a fresh perspective today, but I hope that a fresh approach does appear in the new government over the summer.
I note the criticisms of the new Development Corporation for Cambridgeshire as spelt out by the noble Lord Lansley from his expert local knowledge, but my comments are from the broader policy perspective. I do believe that the use of the Development Corporation model represents a huge opportunity up and down the country to reorder the development of new homes and infrastructure and the regeneration of existing neighbourhoods. Criticisms have abounded of the major house builders and developers failing to deliver the quantity or quality of new homes, facilities and infrastructure that they have promised. Development corporations can do so much better. By capturing the land value, now without the necessity of incorporating hope value, with the possibility of using compulsory purchase powers as a last resort, a development corporation can deliver a high-quality master plan to include much-needed affordable homes and social and community benefits. Delivering new and regeneration schemes is a long-term proposition, during which there may well be changes of political control within local government for the area. The value of the Development Corporation is not only its public accountability, but also its longevity, irrespective of the local uncertainties our democracy creates. And of course, planning decisions that are bound to cause local upset, but which are in the national or regional interest, and we do need to build 1.5 million new homes, these are hard to take at the local authority level. My Lords, we know from the success of the development corporations already up and running that this model can be a game changer. Greater Cambridge would be well served by having its own. My Lords, I support this order and I greatly welcome in principle the establishment of the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation, with or without the modifications recommended by the noble Lord, Lord Lansley.
My Lords, with permission, a few thoughts, and I speak as Chancellor of the University of Cambridge. I welcome the establishment of the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation. It will quite simply speed things up and cut through bureaucratic delays. We need to acknowledge the growth potential of our best universities, and Cambridge is, I'm proud to say, one of them. The best place for start-up businesses in Europe is currently Cambridge. The alumni of the University of Cambridge in recent years have founded 2,600 venture-backed startups, more than anywhere else in Europe. We are rivaled only by the Bay Area in California and the other Cambridge and Boston area in Massachusetts. Cambridge, since 2024, has raised more venture capital investment in deep tech industries per capita than anywhere else in the world. And we have had particular success in oncology, AI drug discovery, semiconductor manufacturing, chips and processing, cardiology, and aerospace. The government must recognise the world-class opportunity for catalysing growth that is represented by our leading universities and especially by Cambridge. The Development Corporation is therefore very welcome. 3 small words of warning, however. First, we've heard warm words before. The Oxford-Cambridge arc, especially the new rail link between Oxford and Cambridge, has been promised before. It must now happen. One other potential problem, second, is the issue of water resources highlighted by the noble Baroness Bennett. All of Cambridge's water at the moment comes from boreholes dug into the aquifer below ground. In the long term, the huge pressure for development makes that resource unsustainable. I hope the government will therefore do everything possible to ensure that the new Fens reservoir, which is desperately needed, can indeed happen. And third, there must be full and considered local consultation, and I'm delighted that the Minister has committed the government to ensuring that that happens. The Development Corporation is a great start, but please make sure that Cambridge's full potential is actually realised.
Development corporations have been widely, well, with one exception, welcomed as an important, because they have an important function in enabling development decisions that cover a wide area. So the question for us is not the principle of development corporations, but whether the Greater Cambridge DevCo is the most effective vehicle for achieving the purposes set out in the order. Now, I have a number of criticisms, and the first one is this, is that of geography, which the noble Lord Lansley also pointed out. So, decisions on local government reorganisation have so far specifically excluded a decision on the Cambridge area. Yet here is a proposal with boundaries that may not conform with those decisions. So this particular order is therefore in that regard premature. Further, the boundaries proposed may actually constrain provision of the much needed infrastructure. The next criticism is the locally shared diagnosis that development in the Cambridge area is hampered by inadequate transport, we've just heard, water resources, which are well known, energy and the affordability of housing. Now, despite the scale of the proposed development corporation, the solutions to the fundamental infrastructure problems lies with private companies, such as Cambridge Water, and central government to enable the development of much needed improved transport structure. And the Noble Baroness the Minister said there was going to be another £400 million to do all this good work, and all I can say to us is that's a drop in the ocean as to what is required in terms of absolutely essential infrastructure before all this development can take place. So what I would like to know from the Minister is whether the Department of Transport and the relevant water company and National Grid have been provided with the funding either directly or via the regulators to deliver this essential infrastructure in a timely way. The third major criticism is that there is no clear rationale or evidence base for removing local plan-making powers from democratically elected councils serving the area. The problem that this creates is enabling development without the consensus of residents or indeed those elected to represent them. The councils involved have a strong record, which the Noble Lord Landley referred to, of successfully making the arguments for growth. 77,000 homes are included in the emerging local plan. And local plans are the bedrock for encouraging agreed change in an area. They consult residents, provide criteria for change, develop a coherent plan, and then councillors debate and agree an outcome. Now that process is absolutely essential if those affected by development believe they have had a chance to influence it. To remove plan-making powers and then, disgracefully, planning decisions for all but small developments is democratic vandalism. All these issues were raised during the consultation, which resulted in 68% of individuals opposing the DevCo, as well as nearly half of local government organisations. And a significant concern of all those who were consulted was with the protection of the natural environment. And the government's response is to commit to establishing what they've described as structured forums to allow direct engagement with residents. Now, the question the Minister must answer is what influence will the views from those forums have on decision making? If these forums become no more than talking shops, then they will rightly be derided. What is not clear is why the government has not chosen to use a different model, such as the Regional Development Agency model. Certainly the one in Yorkshire with which I was involved enabled very significant development across the region by negotiating a strategic plan and providing funding that enabled the private sector to implement. But importantly, without bypassing local planning authorities. So can the Noble Baroness the Minister agree that plan-making powers will be deferred until the draft local plan being developed is adopted, and then to only do so following evidence-based reasons being provided. The noble Lord Lansley was right to table this regret motion, with which the Liberal Democrats totally agree.
My Lords, just like to make the House aware of my potential interest as a councillor in central Bedfordshire, which neighbours this area. I support my noble friend Lord Lansley in his motion. I also was going to say how important that Cambridge is to this economy of the UK, but I think Lord Smith of Finsbury has done a far better job than I can. And, you know, it is an absolute critical part if this country is going to be successful and have the growth that it desperately needs. But Cambridge is hamstrung. It's hamstrung by a lack of housing, a lack of infrastructure, and a lack of commercial space, be it for biolabs, technology, and so forth. You have a town of around 150,000, which every day, according to the 2021 census, has 55,000 commuters coming in. And bearing in mind that was during COVID, that actual number is probably far higher, and largely they're coming in by car. So the government is right that Cambridge does need to grow. It's why I was pleased that the last government progressed with East West Rail, A14 dualling, A428 Caxton Gibbet to the A1. But there is much more to do. Cambridge, as I said, needs more housing, lab space, commercial space. It also needs to work with other areas of the wider geography. It's not just the Oxcam arc. It is actually the Golden Triangle spanning from Oxford to Cambridge to London, which is a global powerhouse in technology and biotech, amongst others. It encompasses the noble Baroness, the Minister, Stevenage, and it has central Bedfordshire at its geographic heart. A DCO can be a useful delivery mechanism, but it needs to be one built on local support, functional geography, and democratic accountability. And it must have a clear outcome-based objectives with the resources and powers linked to those outcomes. Now, the noble Baroness, the Minister, mentioned the negative instrument that is to come that will outline those. But I very much feel that's a bit of the cart coming before the horse. If you're going to look at the organisation, you need first of all know what it will do and what its powers are. And then there's also the question of local government reorganisation. As the noble Baroness Pinnock mentioned, we may set up a geography here only for it to change completely in a few months' time. The issue of geography, I think, is a very important one. Major projects and developments just outside the proposed area could have huge impact. Tempsford, New Town, is potentially almost as large as Cambridge itself. Around Junction 13 of the M1, we have the new town in Milton Keynes, we have a large data centre, we have Universal, and we have the Marston Vale development, which will have a huge impact, particularly on East West Rail and the M1 and East West corridor travel. And then we have the issues of things like the A1 realignment. That needs to somehow all fit together as a package. Planning powers. Now, several people have talked about planning powers, but clearly we need to know what the geography is when we need to look at the planning powers, because if you're going to have a much bigger strategic overview, you should not have detailed planning powers. If you're going to have detailed planning powers, well, then that raises the question, why can it not just be based on a council-led DCO rather than a centralised national DCO or even a mayoral DCO? I talk about resources. We've heard of a lack of water. We've talked about a lack of electricity. I know from my own experience that development in Biggleswade could not go ahead until we had additional power, and there is a constant refrain of a lack of water. So what powers will this DCO have over things like GP railways, Anglian Water, highways, and the electrical and power companies, not to mention East West Rail? Will it have defined outcomes and targets? Will it have clear division of responsibilities between the DCO organisation and the local councils and others? And I do want to be clear on this because the Minister talked about strategic sites, and we discussed this in previous issues on the planning bill. Is strategic above 9 houses? Is it above 500 houses? What size of development is that? Because I think many people have a different view of what strategic is. And many have mentioned democratic oversight. How does central planning into a government centralised body fit with the new Prime Minister's promotion of devolution? Now, I believe the answer is going to be the creation of these so-called structured forums for local residents. But what are their details? What will their statutory status be? How will members be selected? What powers will they possess? How will their views influence decision-making? And how will ministers be held accountable if those views are ignored? And it is for these reasons that I support my noble friend Lord Lansley in his motion, and I look forward to the noble Baroness, the Minister's response.
My Lords, I thank all noble lords who have taken part in a very interesting debate around the future of Cambridgeshire and this Greater Cambridge Development Corporation. I wanted to start by thanking Lord Lansley for his contribution to Cambridge, which I know we had a visit there and I could see his involvement in the way Cambridge is developing. I thank my noble friend Lord Smith for setting out the benefit to the whole UK economy of the growth that we see and innovation we see taking place in Cambridgeshire, and how important it is to continue investing in that, not just for the local area but for a national purpose as well. And I thank the noble Lord Best for his comments in terms of welcoming the Development Corporation approach to these major growth areas. And to Baroness Bennett, I would just reflect that all the comments she made with a slightly negative perspective on the Development Corporation were made in the 1940s and 50s about the Development Corporation for my town. But we need the growth that Cambridge offers. Now, the Green Party may want our country to stand still, but this government won't let that happen. And I thank the noble Baroness Pinnock, as usual, for her thoughtful comments about the engagement of local people in this project. I'm going to start with the boundary issues because that's the subject of the regret motion, and I think that's important. The boundary proposed for the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation covers a broad geography which will enhance the ability to maximise funding and enable land value capture, increasing the viability for strategic infrastructure projects. The boundary aligns, as I said before, with the existing boundaries of South Cambridgeshire District Council and Cambridge City Council, simplifying governance arrangements and allowing the Development Corporation to support the emerging local plan. This boundary is considered of a suitable scale to allow the Development Corporation to respond flexibly and adapt to the emerging constraints within Greater Cambridge. The government recognises the boundary doesn't always align with the location of essential strategic infrastructure. So I recognise that. This will require the Development Corporation to build strong relationships and carry out proactive engagement with neighbouring authorities and transport and utility providers beyond its boundary. And I thought the example that the noble Lord Lansley gave about mass rapid transit between Huntingdon and Cambridge is very relevant here. The Development Corporation will also hold influence beyond its boundary, and this can even include acquiring land outside of the boundary, so long as it's in line with its functions and is deemed necessary. The noble Lord Jamieson referred to the Golden Triangle. I'm very aware of that. My own hometown sits in the middle of it, and it's a very important area, the whole area, for the UK economy. Moving on to planning powers, the Development Corporation will be granted development management powers for sites of strategic importance, and we will be defining that through the Function and Powers SI. If an application exceeds the proposed threshold set out in the consultation but is not deemed to be strategic, it's expected that the Development Corporation will delegate decision-making to the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service to determine the application in the usual way. As a result, we expect the vast majority of planning applications to continue to be determined by the existing planning service. Plan-making powers will be essential to developing that long-term spatial vision for Greater Cambridge, and that delivers significant nationally significant growth. And the government is clear that the plan-led approach is and must remain the cornerstone of the planning system. And by laying the functions order later in the year, this does give us time to build a planning service capable of delivering its objectives. The Development Corporation will be granted development management powers once the statutory instrument is approved, but the intention is to take a phased approach to the exercising of plan-making powers, with the intention that those exercising of powers will be limited by Secretary of State direction. So we anticipate that direction will be lifted once the draft local plan has been adopted, subject to the public examination. The Secretary of State may choose to lift it sooner, for example, if it becomes apparent that the draft local plan would not deliver development at the scale and pace necessary. So I was asked some questions by the Noble Lord Lansdowne and the Noble Lord Jamieson about the scope of the planning powers for the Development Corporation. As a proxy for a definition of strategic sites, the Development Corporation will use the following minimum thresholds to provide certainty about the sites which it intends to examine for their strategic importance, with a view to exercising its development management responsibilities. So this will include all sites proposed with a minimum of 250 houses, flats or houses and flats, 5,000 square metres of floor space for all other development, and infrastructure development which occupies more than 1 hectare of land. The Noble Baroness Lady Pinnock and the Noble Lord Jamieson asked me about the impact of local government reorganisation on this programme. The Development Corporation's boundary didn't preempt or prejudice the recent consultation on local government reorganisation. That, as we know, is a fundamental change. Given the significance of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough for the national economic growth, it's important we take the time to get this right. And we will make a decision at the very latest by October this year. And we're still committed to the existing timetable with elections to new authorities in May 27 and a go-live date in April 28. The boundary of the Development Corporation will be kept under review to ensure it continues to meet its objectives. Any such review could also take into consideration the new administrative boundaries resulting from local government reorganisation if that's necessary. There were a number of points made about water, and of course water is a very key issue, as we all know, in the whole of the east of England, but particularly in the Cambridgeshire area. My noble friend Lord Smith referred to the New Fens Reservoir, and he's right to raise that. No new reservoirs were built for 30 years in this country, and we know that that's caused some of the problems that we're now experiencing. So we do want to get on with that as quickly as possible. So the government's committed to ensuring there is adequate water supply and wastewater capacity to support the sustainable growth in Greater Cambridge, and of course protect the natural environment. We have very rare chalk streams in this area which we have to look after. No new homes in Cambridge are currently blocked due to water scarcity issues. Our work with the Advisory Water Scarcity Group has unblocked planning applications totalling over 9,000 homes and over 500,000 square metres. In December 24, the Environment Agency lifted its objections to remaining block development following improvements in Cambridge's water resource management plan and progress made by the Water Scarcity Group. And in addition, the work undertaken by the government's Water Delivery Task Force to resolve wastewater constraints means over 18,000 homes across East Anglia, Lincolnshire and the home counties are now a step closer to being built. The government will continue to work closely with partners to ensure that water scarcity is not a constraint on development in Cambridge. The Development Corporation will have powers to directly plan, fund and deliver essential infrastructure to support regeneration, including utilities such as water. This would include the ability to lay connecting infrastructure for water mains and sewerage on sites delivered by the Development Corporation, and there will be an opportunity for the Development Corporation to trailblaze ambitious water efficiency approaches across sites that can inform wider policy development and approaches in Cambridge over time. Now, there was quite a few comments from the Noble Baroness Bennett, from Lady Pinnock, about consultation and how that's taken place. So MHCLG, supported by Cambridge Growth Company, undertook a series of engagement events and publicity throughout the consultation period, engaging residents, businesses and councils. And this was supported by communication about the consultation and public participation through community-led events. MHCLG hosted webinars, a wider programme of media and digital publicity, including local and regional press coverage, interviews, podcasts and social media. And social media coverage was amplified by local authorities, businesses and organisations. Now, the government recognises the very complex challenges facing Greater Cambridge. We think this requires a bold long-term approach and a genuine step change in how infrastructure is planned, coordinated and delivered. And the magnitude of these challenges just can't be met through incremental change. And I know change it can feel unsettling for local residents. So sometimes it's not surprising when the reaction is sometimes negative to the plans that are coming forward. But I do think it's very important that the centrally led development corporation is the most effective way to unlock nationally significant growth at the pace and scale needed. So my noble friend Lord Smith referred to the rail link that's been promised before. It must now happen. I think he will get the sense from both from the new Prime Minister and the former Prime Minister of how we do see this as urgent and we do want to deliver it. My Lords, if I've missed any points, I will respond in Hansard, but I'm running out of time. So I just want to say, in conclusion, this order delivers the establishment of the Greater Cambridge Development Corporation. We think this is absolutely the right way to go to generate the growth that will be both locally and nationally important for Cambridge. And I hope noble Lords will welcome the order. I beg to move.
My Lords, I'm very grateful to all noble lords who took part in this, I think, really interesting, albeit short debate. But I think we have to understand that this is the first of what will necessarily be a further debate at some point later in the autumn in relation to the order setting out what the planning functions of the Development Corporation is to be. I thought what the Minister had to say about maintaining a review of the boundaries was a really helpful and important thing to say. But I think it has to be understood that there's no legal requirement that the Development Corporation's boundaries should align with the administrative boundaries of local authorities. They can differ. And perhaps we ought to give ourselves the freedom to think that perhaps they should differ in this instance, because we don't know what the Unitary Council is going to look like. And it's not absolutely necessary the Development Corporation align with the Unitary Council when it comes. I would say to the noble Lord Smith of Finsbury, when he explains how well Cambridge has succeeded, I think he is, in a sense, reinforcing that the place I represented and the local authorities of which I supported, South Cambridge, who was a Conservative authority for years, when we worked together to enable the Cambridge Biomedical Campus to be established by releasing Green Belt, when we worked together to allow Trampington Meadows to happen, when the Cambridge City Council worked with the university to enable Eddington to be built, which is an award-winning development to the west of Cambridge. These things did happen at pace and are examples to the rest of the country. So the point of the Development Corporation, which I think we all support, is to do more and to add value. And I think it's not to take over the responsibilities and the powers of the local authorities insofar as they are delivering. Now, I think we can agree if the local plan, if the local plan didn't meet the need, then you could have to step in. But I don't think there's any evidence that the Greater Cambridge local plan doesn't meet the need. There's plenty of evidence that East Cambridgeshire isn't undertaking a local plan process at all. And the Development Corporation isn't planning to step in there at all. And some parts of East Cambridge are only about, well, they abut Cambridge City. And they are some of the principal areas for potential development in the future. So I would just say to the Minister, and I'll finish on this point, if, when she looks at boundaries, and particularly when she and her colleagues look at the planning functions, if they look at the possibility of having development management powers for major sites, I don't mean 250 homes, I mean the really big sites where the Development Corporation can add value to what is happening already, then fine, go for those sites, but just put a red line around them. You don't have to define strategic sites in the legislation. You can just put a red line around where those strategic sites are. And as they come forward, maybe outside the area in Huntingdon, or even, I say to my noble friend, even at Tempsford, you could put a red line around those and make them part of the Development Corporation and give them the development management powers in that place. But particularly, one does not need to take plan-making powers for the whole of a local authority area. And I think that would be a step too far. And I would say we've enabled this debate this afternoon, put down that marker to the Noble Lady and to the government, and think about that before we return to this in the autumn. But with all those points made, if I may, I beg leave to withdraw my motion.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? Amendment is by leave withdrawn. The question is the original motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it. We'll have a short break before I call the next business. Universal Credit, Personal Independence Payment, Job Seekers Allowance and Employment and Support Allowance, Decisions and Appeals, Amendment Regulations 2026, Motion of Regret, Baroness Stedman Scott.
May I start by saying how delighted I am to see the Noble Baroness, the Minister, in her place. My Lords, these regulations make a significant change to the way in which personal independent payments awards are reviewed. They allow the Secretary of State to extend an existing fixed-term PIP award whenever ministers consider that necessary to safeguard the efficient administration of the benefit. The Department's stated intention is that for most claimants aged 25 and over, initial awards should generally last 4 years and subsequent awards 6 years, with reviews taking place after 3 and 5 years respectively. Formally, according to the Department, 77% of awards were made for periods of 2 years or less. The effect is therefore not simply to prevent awards expiring during an emergency, it is to make substantially less frequent reviews the normal approach for a large proportion of the PIP caseload. And that is why I have tabled this regret motion. My Lords, a properly functioning welfare system must ensure that people receive the right support at the right level and for the right length of time. Reviews should never be treated merely as an attempt to remove support or catch claimants out. They provide an opportunity to establish whether somebody's needs have remained the same, improved or deteriorated. Indeed, I might say to some of those noble lords on the Labour benches that fewer reviews will not only mean that some people whose functional capacity is improved continuing receive an award that no longer reflects their circumstances. They could also mean that people whose conditions have deteriorated remain on an award that's too low. The government cannot therefore present this as an entirely claimant-friendly change. Reviews provide protection in both directions, nor can ministers simply rely on claimants to report every relevant change themselves. Some people will report changes promptly, but others may not recognise that a gradual improvement in their functional capacity is relevant. Some may not fully understand the reporting requirements. Others may be reluctant to report a change that could reduce their income. The government's own statistics underline the danger of placing too much weight on self-reporting. In the financial year ending 2026, the estimated PIP overpayment rate increased from 1.3% to 2.3%, or from 330 million to 660 million. The Department found that improvements in functional needs that had not been reported were the largest cause of PIP overpayments, accounting for more than £7 in every 10 overpaid. There are also more than £1 billion worth of cases in which the claimant had been overpaid following a change in functional needs, but was not reasonably expected to have known that the change needed to be reported. We should also consider the breadth of the power being created. The regulations allow the Secretary of State to extend a fixed-term award whenever the Secretary of State considered it necessary to safeguard the efficient administration of PIP. But what precisely does this mean? I therefore ask the Minister to tell the House the following. What is the maximum period by which an individual award may be extended using this power? Will the Department publish the guidance used by decision makers? Will ministers publish regular figures showing how many awards have been extended, for how long and for what reason? And will the government commit to reviewing the operation of this power once the current backlog has been brought under control? Without these safeguards, the instrument risks transforming what is supposedly an emergency administrative power into a permanent alternative to conducting proper reviews. The Prime Minister has spoken of a more preventable, supportive welfare system, and one that intervenes earlier and helps more people to move forward. Yet these regulations do precisely what the Prime Minister says he wishes to avoid. They're a short-term administrative workaround for a backlog, not a long-term reform. The Prime Minister also inherits the Timms review, which concluded that the current PIP system is not fit for purpose and requires radical overhaul. That review emphasised the need for assessments that are accurate, timely and rooted in proper evidence. Yet these regulations move in the opposite direction. They make timely reviews less frequent, not more robust. They risk leaving people on awards that are too high or too low for years at a time. And they do nothing to address the underlying drivers of rising caseloads, rising costs and rising error rates. My Lords, if the Government wishes to align itself with the Prime Minister's stated principles, a welfare system that is fiscally responsible, then it must confront the operational challenges in PIP directly. The Department says that younger claimants are more likely to see improvements in their functional capacity and that prolonged unemployment and inactivity early in life can have lasting scarring effects. It therefore does not want young people whose circumstances have improved to remain on PIP longer than necessary. But that raises an obvious question. Why does that principle cease to matter on somebody's 25th birthday? The Government cannot argue that reviews are important in preventing young people from being trapped in the system, while simultaneously arguing that the same principle should carry considerably less weight for everybody else. A central purpose in the working age welfare system should be to support those who can work towards employment. PIP is not itself an unemployment benefit, but it sits within a wider health and disability benefit system that must promote independence, recognise changes in circumstances and avoid writing people off. Compassion does not mean abandoning people to years of passive benefit receipt without meaningful contact, support or review. The Government has claimed that these changes alongside related reforms to assessment capacity will reduce spending by £1.9 billion over 5 years. Will the Minister provide the House with a detailed and clear breakdown of the £1.9 billion figure? And can the Noble Baroness, the Minister, confirm that an impact assessment has been undertaken and produced? More fundamentally, when does the Department expect the present backlog to be cleared? And what is the long-term plan for restoring sufficient assessment capacity? The Government are responding to a backlog by weakening the mechanism that identifies whether awards remain correct. They're relying more heavily on self-reporting at the very moment when their own statistics show growing losses resulting from improvements in functional needs not being reported, and they are granting ministers a broad power without adequate statutory limits. And they have failed to provide Parliament with full information about how the power will be applied. Above all, these regulations fail to answer the central question facing the Government: how will they bring the welfare bill under control while helping more people towards independence and employment? For those reasons, I believe that these regulations represent less oversight, weaker accountability and a further retreat from the urgent task of creating a welfare system that is compassionate, accurate, sustainable and focused on helping people fulfil their potential. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
I speak in favour of these regulations. Despite the case made by the Noble Lady, Baroness Stedman Scott, there was much in what she remarked, what she said about the purpose of reviews, with which I agree. They're in the interests of the claimants and they're the interests of the public. in terms that they fund these payments. They're clearly an important element of the system. What wasn't mentioned is the reason for the backlog. Of course, we know about COVID, and that was outside our hands. But the problem with the number of assessments being undertaken at the moment is because of straightforward capacity constraints, which are a result of decisions made by the previous government. The fact that they let contracts with us inadequate number of assessments, whether face-to-face or online, the fact that they've sold off too much of the estate that's needed for the face-to-face assessments that most people seem to prefer. So I think to complain about the backlog, it takes a bit of nerve, to be honest, when it's very much their responsibility. It arose on their watch. And I also fundamentally disagree with the weight that was placed on the significance of these changes. Given the physical situation of the ability to undertake assessments, something needed to be done. There was a problem. It's possible to highlight potential problems with allowing the Secretary of State the discretion, but there was a real problem that needed to be addressed that was causing problems here and now. And to suggest that, to me, is a relatively narrow and sensible change to the process in order that the problems faced by individuals could be addressed. It's not so much a problem for the government, for the DWP to undertake these assessments. It's the problem for the individuals that in certain cases were losing their benefits and were certainly faced with extreme concern and worry about their personal situation. And it's that problem which these regulations are intended to address. Talking about it in administrative terms is all very well, but it's the pressure and the effect that it had on individual claimants that should be our major concern, and why these regulations, as I say, these narrow regulations are required. What the regulations actually say, just to be clear to new readers, these changes only required, and it says this in the actual regulations, to safeguard the official administration of personal independence payment. It means what it says. You can ask what does it mean as many times as you like, but it means what it says. It means the efficient administration. The Secretary of State cannot do it for any other reason. It's purely for the efficient administration, which we've already established. The assessments are good for both sides of the process. Now, the decision makers, when the assessment is made, will retain their existing discretion to set longer or shorter periods, including the 10-year light touch awards, when they think this is justified. Nothing in these regulations removes that judgment. It simply makes their exercise more flexible, strictly, to repeat the point, for administrative simplicity. The practical case for this is straightforward. We had the backlog. It needed to be dealt with for the claimants' benefit themselves. It is a fact that in the worst cases, payments have been interrupted whilst a reassessment was pending. And so I'm fully in support of providing the department with this discretion. It's worth highlighting quickly two safeguards. First of all, individuals do have the right of appeal against the lack of an assessment if they think their circumstances have changed sufficiently to warrant a further assessment rather than being rolled over. They can make an appeal. And the question was raised about the under 25-year-olds. Well, this is based on the experience of those who are undertaking the assessments, and it is a clear fact that under a given age, there are far more changes in circumstances and hence more need for a reassessment than at older age. This is simply a fact. And maybe 25, you could have 26, you could have 24, but an age was practical and sensible. Now, I recognise that this measure does give the Secretary of State a discretionary power, and hence it's right and proper that we should give it detailed consideration. But this power is needed to extend support, not to curtail it, and it has to be exercised for administrative reasons and not because of a change in policy in relation to personal independent payments. For that, we have to await the outcome of the Timms review, which, let's not be over-optimistic, but I think it's very much heading in the right direction, and it will address the problems highlighted, as I say, by the failure of the previous government.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, Lord Davies, and to join, I'm sure, a widespread view around the House in welcoming the continuing presence of the noble Lady Baroness Sherlock in her position. Personally, I consider that a delight, even though I am often pushing the noble lady on the departmental decisions for which we hold her responsible. I find myself, for the second statutory instrument in a row, thanking the Conservative benches for securing this debate while 180 degrees disagreeing with the position that they're taking. If Hansard didn't catch that, the comment from the front bench was what's new. I begin by making a very simple point, that the way in which they're being conducted, the outcomes of the reviews of all of the payments we were discussing, but particularly personal independence payments, are causing a very great deal of unnecessary distress, fear, and the wrongful withdrawal of essential benefits. Now, as the noble Lord Davies just set out, this is actually a modest measure, a short-term measure, a limited measure. But I think we cannot discuss this situation without looking at the broader context, which indeed was what the Conservative front bench did. And I really want to make a call here for realism. We have an ageing population. We have healthy life expectancy that has declined 2 years in the past decade. We have 1 in 10 local areas where the healthy life expectancy is less than 55 years. Yes, we have a mental health crisis, which there's a lot of focus on benefits for mental health issues. Well, we need to tackle the issues behind that. Schools forced to become exam factories, inequality, insecurity, child poverty. We need to take the focus away from individuals and trying to crack down on individuals and acknowledge that we have a social, societal problem that we need to tackle as a society, the government needs to tackle as a government, rather than continually pounding away rhetorically at individuals. And in the context of that, looking particularly at the noble Lord Davies referred to the Timms review, I don't think there's been enough awareness that that was given guidance that it had to stick within the currently predicted future level spending levels of PIP. And there's talk of reductions, but let's be realistic about this here. And I go to some of the reactions from organisations that would not be considered radical to the Timms review. The British Psychological Society, which says, and I entirely agree with them, Applying for PIP should not be demeaned, those who are applying should not be demeaned or deterred from applying by the process. And I think we also need to say we're talking about reviews here. The reviews, people get so fearful they just give up. The British Psychological Society says everyone who's been signed off with long-term sickness, including those living with a mental health condition, deserves support. And they point out quite rightly that financial difficulties, the stress of reviews, can actually cause further mental ill health, and that has to be taken into account. That's awful for the individuals concerned, but it's also very bad for the whole of society. Now, a group with which some in this room may have even more, in your Lordship's House may have even more sympathy, the RNIB. The PIP, particularly assessments and reviews, it says many of them fail to properly understand the realities blind and partially sighted people face. Too many are forced to challenge decisions that are later overturned. So I want to finish by referring to a report, and I'd really urge noble lords who haven't seen this to look at this report. It was a report in the Times in the past week, and the Times went and sat for a full day at the Swindon Magistrates Court with the Social Security and Child Support Tribunals hearing. And problems with PIP now take up about 2/3 of that court's caseload. And in the first 3 months of this year, more than 27,000 PIP decisions were appealed. 67% of those appeals are successful. And all of those who were saying, oh, isn't it terrible that this is being done by remote assessments, and these remote assessments may be wrong, many of them are wrong in a way that the court then finds is clearly detrimental against individuals who need that support. And I'm just going to quote one case from that report. Appearing before the tribunal was a 63-year-old retired GP practice manager. He was there for his 22-year-old nephew who has neurological impairment, learning difficulties, epilepsy, a severe TEC, and Tourette syndrome. The loss of mass in his brain on the left side, which is the part of the brain responsible for language comprehension, analytical skills, and controlling the right side of his body. A phone assessment took away benefits. The tribunal took a very brief look at the medical evidence and restored those benefits. We have a huge problem here. This SI is possibly going to do a little bit of cleaning and tidying and sorting, but there's far, far more to do.
It's a pleasure to follow the Noble Baroness Bennett, and I want to speak in support of my noble friend Lady Stedman Scott's regret motion for the reasons that she set out so clearly, I thought, in her excellent introductory speech. And before I go into that, I want to also say what a delight it is to see the Noble Lady Baroness Sherlock on the front bench as well. So, as has been said already, these regulations look like they're just sort of simple administrative regulations, and they look like they might be just fixing the backlog, and they look like they might be benign. And of course, nobody wants vulnerable claimants to lose their entitlements to those really important benefits because the department hasn't conducted a review on time. But that's not what we're debating here today. What we are saying, effectively, is that it's acceptable for the government to respond to a system that's failing by suspending one of the few safeguards that exist within it. And if we all cast our minds back to when personal independence payment, the PIP system, was introduced, it was never intended to be a benefit that just rolled on indefinitely after it had been awarded. The whole point of it, when Parliament debated and agreed the PIP system, it was supposed to be based on the fundamental understanding that conditions can change over time. Conditions can get worse, but they can also get better. So you shouldn't just lock somebody into a system and a system of benefits and never look again. That's a fundamentally pessimistic way, I think, of looking at human lives. And I listened to the Lord Davis's speech, and obviously, he was very critical of the former government, and I'm sure that he's probably right on a lot of those points, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not an expert, so I can't possibly go back over sort of 14 or 16 years of history of that. But at the end of the day, the current government has been in power now for actually more than 2 years, so there must come a point when they now need to take the responsibility for fixing what is currently presenting in the system, and also looking at the things that have happened under this government's watch. So, my lords, I think that if the department doesn't have the capacity to conduct the reviews, the answer can't be to abandon them. We need to look at the root cause. Why do we have this backlog? Why do we have so many more claims in the system and this lack of capacity? And of course, it's due to the absolutely unprecedented rise in the number of people claiming disability and benefits. And the growth, as has been said, is particularly striking among younger people, particularly younger people claiming on mental health grounds. And we have a social security and a welfare system now that is increasingly being asked to compensate, not just for severe disability, which we all agree it should do, but for a growing and large number of mental health conditions such as anxiety and mild depression and ADHD, which would not have been recognised as disabling just a generation or even more recently, a generation ago. And in fact, just before I came in the chamber, I saw somebody putting on X a comparator, and I don't have the citation, but it's very interesting, and I would urge the front bench and anyone to look at it. The rise in mental health conditions and disability for mental health is proportionately much greater in this country compared to about 40 other developed nations. And we are not biologically different or biologically more likely to be disabled because of mental health in the UK than countries like France, Germany, Canada, Korea, China, Singapore, and so on. So we do need to start asking ourselves some of those hard questions. I have spoken in this House on a number of occasions.
The noble lady for giving way. Would the noble lady acknowledge that we should perhaps look at our own society and ask why we might be suffering from higher levels of those conditions and people not be able to find a place in our society, as well as looking at biology?
Yes, I'm sure she's right, and I thank her for that point. This is a very, very broad question she's posed, and I fear I will detain the House for much too long if I try and answer that with the seriousness which it definitely deserves. I want to touch on a few themes in my remarks. I mean, I have spoken in this House, to her point, on a number of occasions about what I and a growing number of others regard as the growing medicalisation of ordinary human experiences, just life experiences. And we don't do people any favours if we don't distinguish between severe and enduring mental illness on the one hand, and the very broad spectrum of distress and difficulty that finds its way into our welfare system in one way or the other. And so this is at the root of my worries about this particular set of regulations, because every change that reduces scrutiny or delays reassessment sends a signal that says to that person, now you're in this system, we expect you to remain there. You just carry on. You're getting the benefits. We've decided that this is the thing that's making your life difficult. We're going to support you. Not that we're looking at you through an optimistic lens about what can we do to help you move us off this system. And reviews, of course, aren't just a mechanism for saving money, but that's really important. And people have mentioned the Timms review, and I'm sure it's an excellent piece of work. There's many good points in it. But my real worry was the Minister, when he was interviewed about this, he said, well, he didn't have any worries at all about the level of welfare spending. Now, that's just completely unrealistic, my lords. I think that's fantasy. We should be concerned about the level of welfare spending in this country. It's completely unacceptable and unsustainable and wrong for the taxpayer and wrong for those people who are on welfare. So I will end just by saying that this particular debate and these regulations risk masking the true scale of the problem. We should be expecting ministers to explain why they think this is acceptable. Yes, it's great that the minister's here today, but we should be having a much more in-depth debate. We should be asking much bigger questions. Why do we have so many young people in particular in this system? Why are we diagnosing them with these mental health conditions which mean they're receiving welfare, PIP and other benefits? And why are we allowing this welfare system just to reinforce itself and reinforce a life on benefits for some of these people? So I support the my noble friend's regret motion, and I will certainly vote for it if she divides the House.
It's a pleasure to follow my noble friend, Lady McLean of Redditch. I want to take a slightly bigger picture view to explain why I support the motion. Because my greatest fear as a severely disabled person is that the overall benefits bill, and particularly the cost to the taxpayer of those benefits mentioned in the motion, becomes so big that the welfare system itself collapses. That would be catastrophic for the most disabled people in our society. I recently asked the noble Lord Livermore what advice the UK government was giving to the Scottish government about managing the growing devolved benefits bill in the event of our being at war by 2030, which is what many commentators are saying is likely. In his reply, the noble Lord said that he did not agree with the assumption underlying my question, and that while, of course, we must spend more on defence, we must also continue to support those who need that support the most. I say to the noble Baroness, the Minister, whom I also welcome back to her place, that I do not criticise her noble friend for the well-meaning desire that he expressed underlying his answer. But I also say to her that the current level of benefit spending would not survive contact with the enemy. One only has to read the fascinating wartime diaries of Kipps Chandler, edited by my noble friend Lord Blackwater, whom I see is no longer in his place, to realise how much taxes would have to shoot up overnight, were we to find ourselves in a wartime situation. And it's worth noting that Kipps Chandler was penning his diaries before the creation of the welfare state and without the crippling backdrop of £3 trillion in interest payments and an annual bill of around, £3 trillion of national debt and an annual bill of around 130 billion in interest payments. My lords, which one of us could argue that those figures are not astronomical? I don't even know how many noughts there are in a trillion. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So mind-boggling, it might as well be meaningless, only it's not. The situation we've got ourselves into is dire, particularly for disabled people. We fool ourselves if we think that raising taxes in a wartime emergency will be enough. It won't. It will have to be accompanied by an urgent shift of resources to defence, defending our country, of course, but also defending the NHS, the welfare state, national infrastructure, and our freedoms. For us to be able to defend will inevitably involve a recalibration of resources, which is why today's debate is so important, because right now, not only are we nowhere near being able to fight a war, we are in denial about the implications for disabled people of our having to do so. My lords, unless and until we asked ourselves the question as to how we got into this hole. The root cause, as my noble friend has just described it, and also asked ourselves how we plan to dig our way out of it, including through appropriate reviews as called for in this motion. Disabled people will remain in grave danger because it is they who will be most vulnerable to the recalibration of resources that I mentioned. Yet I would suggest that the answer to that question is relatively simple. Politicians of all persuasions uttered warm words, but didn't respect disabled people enough to tell them the truth. We implied the system's too big to fail, when actually we have allowed it to grow so unsustainably big that I fear it's doomed to fail. Indeed, I would argue in sorrow and fear, and as a stakeholder, that the very viability of a welfare state is threatened by the exponential growth in benefits. My lords, if I respect someone, I level with them. They may not like it, but I will not lie to them just to make my life easier. As we dig ourselves out of this hole, we urgently need to reflect on what respect looks like for disabled people. I would suggest it involves taking a number of practical steps, as well as being straight with them about the scale of the challenge and the fact that there will be casualties of any changes. That's unavoidable. But we can plan now to mitigate the impact on those whose disability means they depend most on the system. Steps to convey respect, build trust and give hope include combining any recalibration of resources with measures like ensuring existing anti-discrimination legal provisions are upheld and enforced. And I'll be writing to the Chief Executive of the law firm CMS on this very question shortly. It includes the government honouring its manifesto pledge and mandating disability employment and pay gap reporting through the introduction of the Equality, Race and Disability Bill in this session. The IOD backs mandatory reporting. The 300+ signatories to the Disability Employment Charter, the brainchild of Professor Tim Hott of King's College London, back it, as does, I am delighted to say, the Business Disability Forum, which today has committed to signing the Charter. All that remains is for the government to do likewise by introducing this bill in this session.
My Lords, we all recognise that the control of public spending matters. It is right that governments examine whether money is being spent effectively and whether benefits are achieving the purpose for which they are intended. But, my Lords, that must not be the starting point for today's debate. Not simply whether government can reduce expenditure, but whether government can use the system to better, more effectively support those who generally rely on it. I don't recognise the negative views expressed by the Noble Baroness Stedman Scott and some of her colleagues. My Lords, personal independence payment is a lifeline, not a luxury. It exists because disabled people face additional costs in their everyday lives, costs that most of us never have to think about. It was never designed simply as an employment support payment, yet in practice it often enables disabled people to remain in work, maintain their independence and contribute to society. That is surely an outcome we should all welcome. It follows, my lords, that any changes to the way PIP awards are assessed or managed must place the needs of the claimants first. Administrative convenience for the department can never be the overriding objective. And the Noble Baroness Bennett gave examples of appeals, and that's probably just a few examples, or one example, which shows the system doesn't work. It's an administrative convenience, and that should not be the overriding object. I therefore ask the Noble Lady the Minister, who I of course again welcome to her position, whether she agrees that the guiding principle should always be ensuring that disabled people receive the support they need, rather than designing processes primarily around departmental efficiency. My Lords, I would also welcome some clarity from the Noble Lady the Minister on the wider narrative surrounding welfare spending. Much public debate proceeds on the assumption that there has been an unsustainable explosion in the benefits bill. Do you recognise that? But that is not borne out by the overall figures. Welfare spending amounted to around 10.6% of GDP last year, compared with approximately 12.4% in 2009-10. While spending on the state pension has increased, this has been accompanied by reductions in the share of spending devoted to working age and housing benefits. The real driver of increased expenditure has instead been disability-related support. This reflects a troubling reality rather than an accounting problem. We have seen growing numbers of people, particularly younger people, experiencing poor mental health and other conditions that require additional support. Those trends should concern us because of what they say about the health of our society, not simply because they affect departmental budgets. So my question to the Noble Lady the Minister is this: what is the government's long-term strategy to address these underlying causes? If more people require disability benefits because of deteriorating mental health, delayed treatment, inadequate early intervention, or barriers to employment, then simply tightening employment cannot be the whole answer. The better approach is to reduce the need for support in the first place by investing in health services, mental health provision, employment support, and early intervention. We on these benches believe that disabled people deserve dignity, security, and the confidence that the support they rely upon will be there when they need it. We should judge any changes to the benefit system against that standard. I hope the Noble Lady the Minister will be able to assure the House that this remains the government's guiding principle. And so therefore I see no merit in the regret motion. There's obviously work to be done, and I know the Noble Lady the Minister and her department know there is work to be done. But they mustn't get away from the underlying principle that when people need support, that support should be there. And we're not talking, as the Noble Baroness Bennett said, about going to appeal and winning it there. We should be able to deal with it at source and deal with the problem there. And I, therefore, do not support the regret motion.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the Noble Lady Baroness Stedman Scott for introducing her motion and all Noble Lords for their contributions. I appreciate the many kind words, and if I had even a moment's thought that meant I would get away with anything at all, then the debate has made clear that I definitely won't, but I wouldn't expect to, and I enjoy our discussions too more, and they're too important to expect you to get away with anything. I'm going to do my best, but I think we've had a pretty broad debate that's taken us from the nature of our society, the demographic changes through to Chip's Channon's experience of wartime. So I'm not convinced I'll manage to cover the whole territory. And it's a lot of weight for a relatively small measure to bear, but let me see what I can do. The measure we're discussing today relates to how we assess eligibility for benefits, but the context for this change does matter. The fact is, the system of sickness and disability benefits that we inherited was simply not fit for purpose. But this government has begun taking steps to address the structural problems. We've legislated to rebalance the support provided in universities
universal credit. And the Timms review that was mentioned is looking in detail at the way personal independence payment, or PIP, works, with its final report due in the autumn. But in the short term, we do need to take steps to help repair the system we have. This measure grants the Secretary of State the ability to extend awards to make the most efficient use of resource. In doing so, it provides a much-needed safeguard against potential future challenges in order to protect payments to vulnerable people. And the Noble Lord Palmer is right. We actually have to make the right choices about how to use resources, and that's a key to what we're doing today. Under the contracts with assessment providers, which were negotiated by the last government, the reality is we can only call on a finite volume of assessment capacity. So we could carry on, as was done previously by the last government, using a large part of that capacity on frequent reassessment of PIP claimants whose circumstances will most likely not have changed. However, we want to use that finite resource in a more productive way. So these regulations enable us to administer the system more efficiently and do more work capability assessment reassessments and clear that backlog, thus delivering savings down the line. But secondly, we do want to increase substantially the proportion of assessments which are carried out face-to-face. These used to be pretty much all done face-to-face. Then came the pandemic, and for reasons we all understand, they were switched to phone-based with some video assessments. But once the pandemic went, face-to-face assessments were never properly switched back on again. I mean, as my noble friend Lord Davies pointed out, telephone was retained as the main channel, with just a few face-to-face assessments starting back in 2021. And we just don't think that's good enough. At the time of the general election, only about 7% of WCA and PIP assessments were carried out face-to-face. We want to do better. And I take the point made by the Noble Baroness Lady McLean of Redditch, that absolutely we do have to address the problem. So we are going to do that. So we've already started to rebuild the capacity. We've begun to increase the proportion of WCAs and PIP assessments carried out face-to-face on our way to a target that for both at least 30% of them will be so. But to achieve that, we will need additional assessment resource, and this measure will help us to obtain it. But the assessment system simply wasn't equipped to do the job. I mean, there were contractual limits that at most 20% of assessments will be done face-to-face. But the fact is there wasn't even nearly enough capacity even to do that. So we are having to fix the system to be able to do it. Without this amendment, before that, a decision to extend an award of PIP meant there had to be either a new claim, evidence of an error or a mistake with the decision, evidence the claimant's circumstances had changed, or a report being completed by a healthcare professional appointed by the Secretary of State, which would, in many cases, would involve an assessment. And as my noble friend Lord Davies pointed out, where such a decision couldn't be taken before an award expired, claimants would simply cease to be entitled to PIP until a further decision was completed. This amendment the legislation grants a specific discretion, enabling only the length of an award to be extended, and only where doing so is necessary for the administration of the benefit. That protects vulnerable claimants who risk losing entitlement to PIP when circumstances threaten to limit the capacity to administer it. We saw that during the pandemic, and we see it now when assessment supply simply cannot meet demand. Initially, this government will use this new power to increase the length of a large number of existing awards in line with the policy on award lengths for new awards, for which the Secretary of State already has the power, and in doing so improve efficiency and ease the burden on the health assessment system. Existing claimants' awards will be extended so that most first-time awards for those over 25 are for 3 years duration and most subsequent awards for 5 years. Only awards deemed appropriate for these durations will be extended. Now, my lords, let me just look at some of the questions that have been asked. First of all, about the size of the benefits bill and the increase. I think it's worth pointing out that, in fact, paper's going up. There's no question about that. But the rate at which it's going up has actually fallen under this government. It fell from around 13% a year for the period 2019-20 to 24-25 to the current forecast of around 7% a year from 24-25 to 29-30. Now, that's still going up, and that's still huge pressure. But the rate of increase has declined, and we are working on that. And again, as I explained why this measure we believe will help us do a better job. Briefly, in response to the Noble Lord Shinkwin, I can't get into the whole issue about defence spending and where that takes us for taxation, but we simply don't think it's a zero-sum game between social security and defence, between welfare and warfare. The Defence Investment Plan will provide an increase in defence funding significantly, and we've set out our targets for increasing defence spending. But our aim of welfare reform is actually designed to help long-term sick and unemployed people to get back to work. So that's the game of this. I mean, I'll talk a little bit more later on if I've got time about the Milburn Review. But my Secretary of State has looked at what's happening with young people, and the very large numbers of young people who are economically inactive, and said, look, the system at the moment says to a young person in this situation, what benefits do you need? And what we should be doing is saying, how do we help make your life better? What do you need to turn your life around? And that may be services, and it may be support, it may well be a job, it may be support, it may be work experience, it may be training, it may be skills. With the Milburn Review, we are looking right across that to see how do we bring together all of that support to give people the opportunities that they really need. In response to the Labour Lady Baroness Steadman-Scott, as my noble friend Lord Davis has said, this power is limited by considerations such as that it must be necessary for the efficient administration of the benefit. These are strong legal terms and show these can only be used in limited circumstances where necessary. As I explained, the policy on minimum awards will apply to most claimants aged 25 or over, but exceptions to the policy will be applied to those expected to recover or make significant improvements within a shorter time frame, who will therefore get a shorter award. Longer review periods can still be made for individuals with the most severe or long-term conditions. So we want to be not having unnecessary reviews, we want to be reviewing the right people. There is no maximum period in the regulations. We'll continue to give longer awards where appropriate, as I said, and are shorter where that's necessary. I was asked why younger people. Well, given spells of unemployment and inactivity at a young age have clear long-term scarring effects, we do not want young people whose functional capacity has improved to be on PIP any longer than necessary. So we're then for not applying the wider policy change or these regulations to young people. They'll continue to be assessed as now. Now, there was a question about whether or not claimants are going to lose out by this. Well, obviously, we are committed, absolutely, and as I said, Lord Palmer, we want disabled people to have the support they need to live independently. If it's a claimant's condition is to deteriorate or improve, they should still report a change of circumstances for their award to be reviewed. Claimants have a duty to report a change of circumstances. It's something they must do. Whether the condition deteriorates or improved, they have a duty to report it, and at that time could then result in an award review at that stage. They can report a change at any time. Now, I thought the Noble Baroness Lady Bennett talked about the experience of people in PIP, and I'm sure I can tell from what she said that she's read the Tim's review interim report. And the responses to the call of evidence put out by Tim's, people told the steering group that while PIP is widely valued, they found the assessment process dehumanising and stressful and causing anxiety. And we have heard that very clearly. So clearly what the next stage for the review, the interim review report sets out what the steering group has found and heard to date. They're going to carry on gathering evidence and engagement while developing and testing recommendations over the coming months. The government will then have to look at that and make some decisions. It became quite clear the assessment process is not fit for purpose. However, we do have to make sure that we do all we can to support people who can work to get into work or to get back to work. And where they cannot work, then we must give them appropriate support. And our job is not simply to focus on getting benefits out. It's also to make sure we do, which we are doing now, investing in health service, bringing together health and employment together so we can support people. Taking action through, for example, Connect to Work to stop people falling out of work when they first get sick so we don't end up with them on PIP for long periods in the first place. So we're doing all of those things. But, my lords, this change is nonetheless a small but specific and pivotal question which will make a difference to our ability to manage things in the short term. It would simply, as I've said, allow us to make more efficient use of limited assessment capacity, reduce assessments where they're not needed so we can focus them where they are, and allow PIP awards to be extended in crises such as the pandemic. It's a measured amendment to ensure the effective administration of the system. Finally, just a word on young people. We will continue to press into this area. I know that this House as a whole believes we should not be leaving our young people without opportunities. We all agree on that. We have made sure in the past we've shared information with the House about the really important work that the Milburn Review has done for its interim review. We're looking forward soon to having the final report. We'll make sure the House is informed about that and knows what this government is doing. Our job is to get the right support to the right people. Everybody who can work should be given the help they need to do it and the support they need to do it. Those who can work should work. Those who can't work should be supported. The system has to get that right. This is part of trying to do that.
Yeah. My Lords, can I thank all noble lords who've spoken and for the Minister for the response. I agree with the noble Lord Palmer 100% that disabled people need to be treated with dignity and with respect. And on these benches, we completely sign up to that. My noble friends, Baroness McLean and Lord Shinquin, rightly raised the cost of the current welfare system. A welfare system has to be affordable, sustainable and effective. I say this with a heavy heart. It may not worry this government how high the costs go, but believe you me, it worries the public. and it worries us. And that doesn't mean that we would not be prepared to spend money to do the right thing by people. I also agree that the priority is to help people into work, and it would be really helpful if the government would take action to reduce the cost of employing people, because that's had the most single impact on there being no jobs about. So, my Lords, as I've said, I'm grateful to all noble lords who have contributed to this debate, and however the central concerns remain the same. These regulations reduce the frequency of reviews, place greater reliance on self-reporting, and grant the Secretary of State a broad power without sufficient safeguards or parliamentary oversight. They risk leaving some claimants on the wrong award, whether too high or too low, and do nothing to address the underlying growth in the benefits bill or the urgent need to help more people towards independence and employment. And for those reasons, I am not content to withdraw my motion, and I wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary, not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. The question is that the regret motion in the name of Baroness Stedman Scott be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. Contrary, not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, they have voted contents 64, not contents 95. So the not contents have it. National Savings Remediation Scheme, Regulations 2026, motion of regret, Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
My Lords, this instrument provides national savings and investments with the legal powers it needs to establish a compensation scheme and to return money that should have been paid to the estates of deceased customers, in some cases many years ago. That remediation must now proceed as quickly and comprehensively as possible. However, it would be wrong to allow this negative resolution instrument to pass without formally noting the harm that has been caused and the serious failures that have surrounded this entire saga. It is significant that the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee drew the regulations to the attention of the House because they raise significant public policy issues and because ministers have not answered important questions. Moreover, the common statement of 26 March on the problems of NS&I was not repeated in our House because we had broken for Easter. I would add that this is not the only problem that we've heard about in relation to probate. There were terrible delays, especially during COVID, sometimes of years, and I have personal experience of lost submissions to the probate office. As recently as 6th of July, we were debating my noble friend Lord McKinley's amendment to the Forced Financial Institutions, which would include the NS&I, to use the IHT 423 scheme to allow executors to source funds to pay inheritance tax in advance of the unrealistic 6-month deadline for probate and avoid the punitive rate of interest. 4% above base rate. That's 7.75% at present. All of this makes you weep for the poor bereaved already going through an emotional upheaval. The wording of my regret motion is intended to highlight two matters. First, the prolonged delay that has affected tens of thousands of bereavement claims. And secondly, the substantial financial consequences arising from the failures of national savings and investments. I also have a number of questions from the Minister. The responses may provide reassurance. I recognise some of the failures to which I will refer will have occurred under Conservative administrations and indeed previous Labour administrations. This is not only an administrative or a technical problem, it has had a profound human impact. Bereaved families were entitled to receive the savings of their deceased relatives, but through no fault of their own, were denied access to that money. The search process used by NS&I when handling bereavement claims did not always identify every product held by the deceased customer. As a result, estates were repaid only on part of what they owed. The Pensions Minister has said on the 19th of May that around 34,000 estates may have been affected, with a total value of some £367 million. I hope the Minister will tell us how many estates are now believed to have been affected, how much money remains outstanding, and how confident the government are that they have identified the full scale of the problem. Behind these large numbers are individual families and executors who've suffered real distress. Some bereaved relatives have spent years trying to recover what belongs to them, facing uncertainty and obstruction. As a government-backed savings institution serving more than 24 million people, the fundamental attraction of NS&I products is their security and the fact that the savings are backed by the government. When NS&I fails to locate customers' holdings, fails to unite estates with their money, and leaves families pursuing claims for years, trust in that important institution is damaged. I hope the Noble Lord the Minister can tell us when the government first became aware of the full scale of a problem affecting tens of thousands of families, why action was not taken sooner, and whether there were earlier warning signs when NS&I that were missed or not escalated. For how long had the defective research process been operating before the failure was identified? I believe, my lords, that some date back as far as 2008. Why did internal and external audit and Treasury oversight fail to identify it earlier? Were there letters from MPs that should have woken ministers up to the problems facing such a vulnerable group? The departure of the former Chief Executive, Dax Hawkins, and the appointment of Sir Jim Harrer, with his long-standing experience, HMRC, are welcome and are clear indications that the government recognise the seriousness of what occurred. Turning to the substance of the regulations, we welcome the decision that NS&I will act proactively. However, there's also the important question of funding. The money held in these accounts plainly belongs to the estates. Returning that principal sum is not a new cost to the taxpayer. It is the repayment of money that should never have been withheld. However, compensation, additional interest, professional fees, and the administrative costs of identifying and contacting affected estates represent additional expenditure. The Treasury was unable to give the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee an assurance that no further support from the public purse would be required. So I ask a simple question. Will NS&I funds need to be increased to meet the extra burden or not? Can the Minister tell us now what the cost of compensation, additional interest, professional fees and the operation of the scheme will be? Will these costs be met entirely from NS&I's existing budget? If additional funding is required, will Parliament be informed promptly and transparently by the Treasury? The Government have said that NS&I aims to complete the remediation process during the first half of 2027 and will publish quarterly progress reports. That commitment is welcome, but those updates must contain meaningful detailed information. The House should also be told what happens if the target of completion in the first half of 2027 is missed. Who will be accountable and what external oversight will there be of the scheme? So in conclusion, my lords, these regulations are necessary. Those relying most on NS&I products tend to be those who are less sophisticated financially and perhaps in other ways. In short, the vulnerable have been those most affected. This, my lords, is an unhappy situation. Hundreds of millions of pounds were not reunited with the estates entitled to receive them. Some bereaved relatives were forced to struggle with NS&I for years and incurred costs simply to recover their own family's money. We will allow the instrument to pass because delaying remediation would only compound that harm. However, we cannot allow it to pass without demanding accountability and transparency and extracting an undertaking that the government keep on top of delivery of this vital remediation scheme. I very much look forward to hearing from the Noble Lord the Minister, and I beg to move.
Is that this motion be agreed to?
As Neville Rolfe has clearly explained, the estates of deceased customers of NS&I were not always repaid money from all of their accounts following a bereavement claim. The operational failure was identified in December 2025, but only reported to ministers and publicised in March 2026. Now, the issues were resolved for current and new bereavement claims from January 2026, though I understand that the revised process is proving hard going and in and of itself is causing more delays. Could the Minister update us? As Baroness Rolfe said, some 34,000 estates with a total value of 476 million were affected by the original failure. Could the Minister tell us how many of the families of the bereaved have so far been reunited with their funds in full and have been compensated for the delay? And what are the costs of compensation and associated fees that will fall on the taxpayer? I understand the pressures to resolve this issue, but frankly, when the Joint Committee on Statutory Instruments reports an SI for requiring elucidation on quite a number of points and for defective drafting, we really are talking about sloppy, and that is not acceptable. NS&I is one of our most trusted financial institutions, holding over £240 billion belonging to some 24 million customers. It is crucial that it retains trust, which means the response by NS&I and the government needs to be both accurate and swift.
Noble Baronesses for their comments on what is actually a very important issue. Just to put it in some context, in March, the Minister for Pensions announced that National Savings and Investments had identified serious failings in its bereavement claims process affecting thousands of estates. The NS&I have rightly apologised to the families of the bereaved who were impacted, and the government has acted swiftly to ensure that those estates are reunited with the money they are owed. As the Minister for Pensions and NSI set out in May, NS&I will reunite affected estates with the funds owed to them by mid-2027 and ensure that those estates receive compensation where it is appropriate to do so. The process of issuing letters, repayments and compensation to affected estates is now underway, and Parliament has passed the necessary legislation to ensure that the NS&I has the powers to undertake its remediation scheme. Turning to the details of the regulations. Firstly, the regulations referred in the regret motion today, these regulations enable NS&I to pay compensation to affected estates above the de minimis. Specifically, they give NS&I the power to pay interest to estates for the entire period their funds were wrongly disconnected from them. The funds will be adjusted upwards to include either the higher of the interest accrued since the error occurred or the Bank of England base rate plus 1 percentage point in line with Financial Ombudsman Service principles. The regulations also give NS&I the power to make additional payments for other financial losses, for example, legal fees incurred because of estates needed further administration as a direct result of their errors. The regret motion laid by the Noble Baroness Lady Neville Rolfe covers two areas: the process for establishing the remediation scheme to repay claimants and separately the cost of that scheme. I will address them each in turn. Firstly, the process for establishing the scheme. After the Treasury was notified about the serious failings in the bereavement claims process at NS&I in mid-December last year, officials worked at pace with NS&I to identify and address the root cause of the issue, to establish which customers were affected and to develop plans to reunite estates with the money. This was a substantial task, and NS&I, the Treasury and external advisers have worked closely to design and implement a remediation scheme which is effective, fair and meets regular standards. The parameters of this scheme were set out in May, and the necessary regulations were then made on June the 10th. NS&I, supported by independent external advisers and expertise from across government, reviewed over 34 million customers' accounts. Up to 34,000 estates have been affected, with a total value of approximately £367 million. These figures are likely to reduce, and NS&I will provide an update in its quarterly progress report. Just to say the root cause of the problem, as the Ministers for Pensions set out in March, NS&I tracing processes failed to comprehensively trace accounts for some customers who passed away. The result of this failure is that not all savings were identified and paid to estates. NS&I have received written assurances from its customer-facing supplier and previous supplier Atos that the cause of this underlying issue in the tracing of customers' accounts has been addressed and will not affect customers going forward. There were several questions that were asked, and I hope I can cover them all. The remediation scheme that was asked about, when will it be delivered and how long will it take? We expect that NS&I aims to return holdings to their rightful owners as swiftly as possible and expects to complete its remediation programme in the first half of 2027. And what is the Treasury's assessment of the overall cost of this programme? As NS&I is in the early stages of delivering the scheme, the expected costs to taxpayers are uncertain at this stage. Further information on expected costs will be included in NS&I annual report and accounts in the autumn. NS&I will be able to develop a clearer estimate as the programme progresses and more data becomes available on the average volumes and amounts of additional payments. The overall cost will also depend on the feasibility of recovering public money. NS&I will publish an update on progress, including payment of outstanding holdings against its delivery plans on a quarterly basis. The point of introducing the statutory instrument is to provide a clear, fair and consistent framework for customers to be reunited with the funds as quickly as possible. Without a scheme in place, the costs of handling potentially thousands of individual complaints and legal cases could significantly increase the operational burden, costs and legal fees for NS&I and put pressure on the public finance. The Minister for Pensions said there would not be a cost to taxpayers as a result of the remediation scheme. The Minister for Pensions, in his statement to the Commons, challenged inaccurate reporting in the press that implied the costs from returning money owed to estates would impact the taxpayer. These monies are owed to these estates and will be repaid using funds provided through the National Loan Fund. In the same way, funds will be transferred to a customer of NS&I wishing to make a withdrawal. These repayments are simply the return of customers' funds and do not create any additional liability for the taxpayer. Also about the existing budgets, we were asked about that as well. As NS&I is in the early phase of delivering the scheme, the expected costs for taxpayers are uncertain at this stage. With further information to be provided, NS&I annual report and accounts in the autumn, and the Treasury and NS&I will together assess the feasibility of recovery costs associated with the scheme, but this is an extensive process and it will take time to make this assessment. There will also be operational costs of running the scheme and costs of compensation where appropriate. Affected estates. This will be paid from NS&I budgets in the first instance, and NS&I is expected to manage pressures within its budgets set at the spending review last year. My Lords, let me end by reiterating the Government's commitment to deliver redress for all those impacted by the serious failings in the NS&I bereavement claims process. The Government and NS&I have taken action to address these failings, to develop a plan to reunite customers with their money and to ensure that these failings can never happen again. The process of issuing letters, repayments and compensation to affected estates is now underway, and the Government will continue to ensure that those impacted receive the support that they deserve. We take this very seriously and we do want to see the money given back to those estates and the individuals that have been affected. This is an important issue and it's one that we want to solve as soon as possible.
Yeah. My Lords, I'm grateful to the noble lady, Lady Kramer, for her support and to the Minister for his helpful response, although I don't think he's answered my question about when the first signs of this scandal first emerged, for example, in MP's correspondence. But I recognise that that is a difficult question to answer. But I am grateful for the regular reports that he's promised on how this is being sorted out. I don't wish to delay the establishment of the remediation scheme. For vulnerable and bereaved families, obviously I support that. The money belongs to the affected estates, as the Minister has said, and must now be returned, together with appropriate compensation and interest. So it wouldn't be appropriate to divide the House. The important thing is to proceed with remediation as quickly and comprehensively as is possible. And I beg leave to withdraw the motion.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this motion be withdrawn? The motion is by leave withdrawn. Trade unions, permissible means of voting and employment rights, unfair dismissal, amendment order. Order 2026 and one other motion. Lord Leon.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House approves the trade unions' permissible means of voting and the Employment Rights Unfair Dismissal Amendment Order 2026 and the accompanying Code of Practice on electronic and workplace ballots for statutory trade union ballots. I also note the motion of regret tabled by the Noble Lord, Lord Sharp of Epsom, and I'm glad for the opportunity to debate these important reforms, and I shall address the concerns the Noble Lord has raised during my remarks. This statutory instrument and the accompanying Code of Practice were laid before Parliament on 22nd of June 2026. My Lords, this instrument has a clear and straightforward purpose. It modernizes the statutory framework governing certain trade union ballots by allowing secure electronic voting and workplace ballots while preserving the integrity, secrecy, and independence that are fundamental to every statutory union ballot. Alongside these reforms, it makes a minor consequential amendment to Section 105 of the Employment Act 1996 to ensure that the legislation remains consistent following the changes made by the Employment Rights Act 2025. These are measured and practical reforms. They update how statutory ballots may be conducted. They do not alter the legal framework governing industrial action or trade union democracy. The legislation governing statutory trade union ballots was developed in an era when postal voting presented the most practical way to conduct nationwide ballots. That is no longer the world in which we live. Today, people routinely undertake secure and sensitive transactions online. Yet, under the current law, almost all statutory trade union ballots must still be conducted solely by post. That approach has not kept pace with the way people live or work. It can be slower, more expensive, and more administratively burdensome than modern alternatives. The government made a clear commitment in its Make Work Pay manifesto to modernize statutory trade union ballots by allowing secure electronic voting and workplace ballots. This instrument delivers that commitment. The instrument introduces 3 additional methods of voting for statutory trade union ballots, with the exception of statutory recognition and derecognition ballots, which will be addressed separately in 2027. First, it permits electronic voting, allowing eligible members to cast their votes securely online using personal authentication credentials. Electronic voting will only be available where a union member has provided a personal email address or personal telephone number to the union. This ensures that voting materials are issued through personal channels and remain outside employer-controlled or union-controlled workplace communication systems. Secondly, the instrument permits hybrid working. Under this model, members will receive their voting materials by post, but may choose whether to return their vote electronically or by post. No one will be required to vote electronically if they prefer not to do so. Thirdly, the instrument allows workplace voting for industrial action ballots. This option is available only where both the employer and the trade union agree, and where the ballot is conducted under the supervision of an independent scrutineer in a suitable, secure workplace location. Workplace voting reflects the fact that industrial action ballots concern workplace issues, while maintaining the same statutory safeguards that apply to every other lawful ballot. None of these new methods is mandatory. Postal voting remains available. Trade unions will decide which lawful voting methods best suits their membership. The purpose of these reforms is to expand choice, not remove it. Alongside this instrument, the government has laid a draft code of practice on electronic and workplace ballots. The code provides detailed practical guidance on how these new voting methods should operate in practice. It complements the legislation by setting clear expectations on accessibility, administration, security, and transparency. My Lords, I now turn directly to the motion of regret tabled by the Noble Lord, Lord Sharp. The motion raises concerns about ballot integrity, cybersecurity, verification, auditability, resilience, and the operation of workplace ballots. Now, I want to be absolutely clear. This instrument does not make industrial action easier to authorize without safeguards. It does not weaken ballot integrity. It does not ignore cybersecurity verification or auditability or resilience. And it does not ignore the position of employers on consent, operational disturbance, or rather disruption, cost, privacy, or security. The use of independent scrutineers remains mandatory. Cybersecurity certification for electronic methods, secure vote authentication, and ballot secrecy are mandatory. Far from weakening confidence, these reforms strengthen participation while preserving the safeguards that Parliament has long regarded as essential. My Lords, this instrument brings statutory trade union ballots into the 21st century. It modernizes the methods of voting without changing the fundamental principles of trade union democracy. It preserves the integrity, independence, and secrecy that are essential in every statutory ballot. These are balanced, proportionate, and carefully designed reforms. They make participation more accessible while maintaining confidence in the legitimacy of statutory ballots. My Lords, I therefore hope that Noble Lords will support both the instrument and the accompanying code of practice. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is this motion be agreed to. Amendment, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I'm very grateful to the Minister for explaining and introducing the statutory instruments, to which, as he has noted, that I have tabled a regret amendment, because the instruments risk making it easier, quicker and cheaper for unions to secure a mandate for strike action, while leaving too many questions unanswered about ballot integrity, cyber security, workplace disruption, employer costs and the ability of employers to challenge defects in the process. So I'd like to start by asking the Minister a number of very specific questions. Firstly, paragraph 5.14 of the explanatory memorandum sets out that the government's reasoning against piloting electronic balloting. Now, whether or not one accepts that reasoning, at least the government have attempted to explain their approach. But I do not see the equivalent justification for workplace balloting. Workplace balloting is an entirely new voting method for industrial action ballots. It creates practical questions for employers about space, security, access, staff release, supervision, privacy, CCTV, safeguarding, operational disruption, and cost, and I could go on. Yet, as I understand it, the impact assessment does not actually even cost workplace voting, and nor has there been a pilot to test how it would operate in real workplaces, and particularly not in complex environments such as hospitals, schools, care settings, secure sites, manufacturing sites, multi-site operations, and shift-based workplaces. So can the Minister therefore explain why the government are introducing workplace voting without a pilot and without costed evidence of the likely impact on employers? The impact assessment also states that the policy is expected to deliver net benefits overall, primarily through reduced costs to trade unions from the use of electronic balloting compared with postal methods, with estimated annual savings of between £2 million and £8.2 million. Why is reducing the administrative costs of trade unions now a priority for the government? My Lords, what is a small business meant to think when it reads that its margins are being squeezed by higher taxes, higher employment costs, regulation and endless compliance burdens, and yet it never sees this level of ministerial enthusiasm for reducing their costs? But when it comes to trade unions, the government appear willing to redesign statutory balloting rules to save them money and make industrial action easier to organise. This says a great deal about the priorities behind this order. Secondly, the instrument designates the trade union itself as the responsible person for determining which voting method or methods are used for its own statutory ballots. The union has an obvious interest in the outcome of the ballot. Can the Minister therefore explain why the trade union, rather than the independent scrutineer, has been designated as the responsible person for determining the means of voting, and how do they intend to avoid a conflict between the union's interest in securing a mandate and its judgment on the practicality, on the accessibility, security and integrity of the voting method that has been selected? Thirdly, who is responsible for enforcing the required cyber security standard? What happens if a system is compromised during a ballot, and what information will employers be given if they're expected to assess whether a ballot mandate is valid? Paragraph 38 of the Code of Practice says that only the union may want to, and I stress, may want to appoint the independent scrutineer as a first step so that the scrutineer can advise on the balloting plan. That is not a hard-edged safeguard. It still leaves the initial strategic decision on whether to use electronic, hybrid or workplace voting with the union itself. Paragraphs 39 to 41 are similarly weak on cyber security. They acknowledge that some ballots may be more sensitive, including where there is a risk of attempted interference, hacking or even hostile state activity. Yet the code says only that the union and the scrutineer, again that phrase, may want to seek advice from the National Cyber Security Centre. If the government is serious about the integrity of electronic strike ballots, why is that advice optional rather than mandatory in sensitive ballots, and particularly those affecting critical public services? Public sector employers have particular reason to be concerned. In hospitals, care settings, schools and other essential public services, the concern is whether staff can be released safely, whether patient, pupil or service user care is affected, and whether safeguarding arrangements are maintained. My Lords, these instruments form part of the government's wider Employment Rights Act package. That package reduces the notice that employers receive before industrial action, extends the life of mandates, removes previous restrictions and strengthens union access to the workplace, as well, of course, as adding billions in administrative costs. Taken together, these measures reduce employer flexibility and tilt the balance of power further away from employers who are trying to maintain services, productivity and investment. It is also striking that paragraph 9.5 of the explanatory memorandum says that these measures may improve participation and the representativeness of ballot outcomes. But this is in contrast with what Jonathan Reynolds said last year, saying that aligning the removal of the 50% turnout threshold with the introduction of e-balloting would, and I quote, ensure that industrial action mandates will have demonstrably broad support, end quote. The removal of the 50% ballot threshold was set to happen in April of this year, but it has not yet happened. I hope that is because even the Treasury has begun to understand the consequences that repeated militant strike action in critical public services would have for taxpayers, who would be forced to fork out millions for pay rises for the public sector. Indeed, they already have. Can the Minister tell us whether the government still intends to remove the 50% strike threshold? And if so, on what date will Section 68 be commenced? If ministers can't give a date, is that because they're concerned that removing the threshold alongside electronic voting would increase the likelihood of industrial action in schools and other public services? My Lords, the government seems to have discovered a very selective enthusiasm for technology. Technology to help unions secure strike mandates is called modernising industrial relations. Yet, according to recent reports, the new Prime Minister is considering scrapping Palantir's work with the NHS, despite the fact that better data and technology are exactly what the NHS needs to improve efficiency, productivity and patient care, and in spite of the fact that it's widely reported to be working. At a time when critical public services, especially the NHS, need reform, investment and innovation, the government should be backing technology that helps patients and taxpayers, not prioritising cartel behaviour from the BMA, who have warned they will behave more militantly in the future. I beg to move.
Yeah. The original question was that the regulations laid before the House on the 22nd of June be approved, since when an amendment has been moved by Lord Sharp of Epsom at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. The question I therefore have to put is that this amendment be agreed to.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Sharp. However, I rise to oppose the regret motion and to support these measures which bring statutory union balloting into the 21st century and modernise an outdated postal-only system. Our primary purpose must be to make it easier for members to participate in their own union democracy. Higher turnout strengthens workers' collective voice and ensures that votes are more representative of the membership. All Democrats should welcome these reforms, and they have been a long time coming.
Back in 2016, the then Conservative government commissioned a review from Sir Ken Knight on union electronic balloting. However, the then government never published a response. But even Sir Ken's report acknowledged that a postal-only system disproportionately disenfranchised people with mobility disabilities and visual impairments, as well as young members who are much more likely to rent and change addresses more frequently. It also disadvantages significant groups of union members who spend long periods working away from home, such as offshore energy workers, seafarers, lorry drivers, cabin crew and air pilots, construction and creative workers. So I have no doubt that in an age when we increasingly live our lives online, and particularly post-COVID, when growing numbers work online too, that this reform will widen democratic participation. Of course it's right that concerns about cyber security and audits regarding e-ballots are taken very seriously. For unions, this will be addressed through the Code of Practice and requirements such as ensuring that scrutineers are Cyber Essentials Plus accredited. I only wish that a stringent protection was required for company shareholder e-ballots, or indeed for e-ballots conducted by political parties that have been running for years, given that the impact of any potential security breach for those organisations is at least as significant as for those conducted by trade unions. The regulations in themselves do not change strike ballot thresholds or substantive legal tests, although of course it should pave the way for the repeal of the 50% threshold, which the Employment Rights Act ties to the introduction of e-balloting. Any update that the Minister can provide on how soon this will be progressed would be welcome. It would also be helpful to have clarity on when phase 3 is going to happen and what could come from it. For example, unions want to be able to send ballots safely and securely to members' workplace emails. Around a third of union membership databases can include workplace email addresses, so that change could help maximise participation too. Finally, I would welcome reassurance from my noble lord that the extension of e-balloting to union recognition ballots will take place as early as possible in 2027.
My Lords, I declare an interest as the Chair of ACAS as set out in the Register. And I'm grateful to my noble friend, the Minister, for his detailed introduction to these two SIs. As we know, these proposals are part of the rollout of the Employment Rights Act reforms, which are being introduced in line with the roadmap published at that time. And there's been detailed consultation and stakeholder involvement in shaping the codes of practice. And ACAS have also been closely involved with DBT officials to shape that code. So, my Lords, there's been plenty of time for employers and unions to prepare for these changes, and they don't contain any surprises. In fact, in a recent YouGov survey, 62% of employers reported feeling very or fairly confident about the upcoming changes to trade union rights, with only 21% not feeling confident. These proposals bring the balloting regime into the modern age, with the provisions for electronic, hybrid and workplace voting being similar to decision-making in many other sectors, including political parties and shareholder votes. So we welcome the fact that it will enhance the democratic process and increase participation, giving employers and unions more confidence that the outcome fully represents the views of those consulted in the ballot. And my Lords, it's been important to ACAS that the code use clear, plain, unambiguous language. This reduces the potential for misunderstandings, non-compliance and disputes, particularly at the early stages of implementation when parties are unfamiliar with the new rights and responsibilities. And it's also important that the code strikes the right balance between principles and detail and is properly tailored to those who will actually use the code. For example, ACAS administers voluntary ballots, particularly in recognition negotiations, as a useful tool in dispute resolution. So we're grateful that following feedback, it's now been confirmed that these are out of scope of this particular code. This underlines how the Department has listened and amended the code to reflect the practical needs of users. Finally, my lords, while we welcome the increased participation in decision-making that the code will deliver, we urge parties to keep their focus on resolving disputes through partnership. And, of course, ACAS conciliation services are just a phone call away. Sadly, the latest ACAS research shows that 44% of people are experiencing conflict at work in the last year. My lords, this has a cost to businesses, individuals and the economy in the stress, time off, presenteeism and many more effects. And your lordships have already previously discussed the fact that employment tribunal cases are rising, causing a growing unacceptable backlog of hearings. So there's clearly rising levels of discontent and unhappiness in workplace relationships. ACAS already provides training and guidance on working effectively with trade unions, but we need to do more. So I hope my noble friend the Minister, in his response, can say what more could be done to encourage parties to prevent and manage disputes so that the needs for ballots does not arise. And I hope he agrees that where disputes do arise, the parties should be encouraged to make use of ACAS collective conciliation services or other informal resolution, rather than resorting too quickly to a ballot. I look forward to his response.
My Lords, I rise to support the regret motion tabled by the noble Lord, Lord Sharp. My Lords, the strength of this country over the last 20 or 30 years has been in its very, very flexible labour market. And those of us who've, like me, who've from time to time managed staff in European labour markets know what the difference is like. Endless consultation, inflexibility, disputes, reluctance to employ people, and the significant role for social partners and trade unions is a big part of that. And now we are bringing that home to this country, and we already see the effects in the employment statistics. Now, today's SIs that we're debating are just the latest phase in that. They obviously build on what was done in the Employment Act, the extra rights for trade unions, which has been much debated and I won't go into now, but the extra right to workplace access, easier recognition, rights for union officials on employer time, and of course lower thresholds for ballots of all kinds, including strikes, which brings us on to today's SIs. My Lord, as we've heard from the Minister, the main thing that these SIs do is to extend the types and the arrangements of ballots that can be carried out before a strike, and is presented, and indeed the Minister did present it, as modernisation of the system. My Lords, I fear that whether deliberately or not, the effect is going to be to make it easier for politically motivated union officials to make strike action happen. Now, the trade union reforms of the 1980s were brought in for a reason, and postal ballots were brought in for a reason. It was to stop intimidation, it was to make ballots secure as to both the process and as the reliability of the result. And these SIs risk undoing that process or beginning to do it. Workplace ballots obviously make potential intimidation of workers easier. Electronic voting, we know, is insecure. We wouldn't do it in our own general elections, and the government's own impact assessment is doubtful about the ability to provide security for such ballots. And of course, to add to that, trade unions themselves are made the responsible person for such ballots rather than an independent third party. Now, I imagine ministers will point to other organisations that have used such methods.
indeed the Conservative Party, the National Trust, financial services institutions and so on. But I suggest gently that such organisations do not have the same record of questionable behaviour, bullying, threats that unions have done from time to time. Now, we know that happened in the 1980s, but it didn't happen only then. There are credible reports of such threats during the post office dispute, 2022-2023, the Birmingham bins dispute, where the High Court itself was involved in this, and there are many other such cases. And this is the problem with bringing insecurity into strike ballots. We're risking bringing back some of the forces that made problems for this country in the 1980s and which we've not seen much of in the last 20 or 30 years. So to finish with some questions for the Minister, does this record not give him any pause for thought? He's a very successful businessman himself. Does he not worry about some of these consequences? Does he not worry that since most unions nowadays are in the public sector, is he confident these rules are not going to come back and bite the government at some point very soon? Why, as the Noble Lord Lord Shao passed, have pilot arrangements been rejected? And finally, when we look at the unemployment figures and over the last year or so, does the Minister not have any qualms about what has been done with the Employment Act, the additional costs to labour in this country? Would it not be better for him and the government to think again while we still can?
I need to declare an interest because yesterday morning in the post I received my ballot paper for the election of the General Secretary of my union, and I looked at it, and of course I will be voting. I won't tell you for whom, but it just seemed absurd that I could only do it by post when I think that I can pay my income tax online, I can tax my car, I can book airline tickets, I can pay my gas bill, I can regrettably pay my speeding fines, I can vote in building society elections, I can check my register to vote, so it is involved in elections, I can apply for a postal vote, I can correspond about any responsibility I have to participate in jury service, I can undertake DBS checks, highly sensitive, highly secret, all online. Why is this particular ballot that I have on my desk at home having to be done by post? And the clear thing is here, when gamblers have this famous thing of the tell, someone blinks and you can tell what's happening. Well, kindly, the opposition here, their tell is they actually put it in the motion. And in the Noble Lord, Lord Charter of Epsom's speech, what they're against is making the exercise of democratic rights by free associations. They want to make it harder, they want to slow it down, and they want to make it more expensive. That's the tell. This is antiquated, old-fashioned, anti-trade union prejudice. That's what's at the heart of it, and that's what we learned from the Noble Lord's speech when moving it. Just a quick comment on the comments of the speech by Noble Lord, Lord Frost. He talked about a flexible labour market. Well, we know what that's code for from the Conservative Party and ex-Conservative members. It's about making life tough for trade unions, making life tough for rank-and-file employees who simply wish to exercise their democratic rights to run their own free association in the way that they want, and the more we facilitate that, the better.
Yeah. My Lords, I've been a trade union member for something just over 67 years, That's longer than my membership of the two political parties put together. For the last 13 years, while I've been in this House, I've at different times been the President of the British Dietetic Association, a TUC-affiliated union, and BALPA, the Pilots Union, also a TUC-affiliated union. The image that people try and give that these are somehow illegitimate organisations is totally wrong. Most of the executive time is spent sorting out the day-to-day problems of members, and that's what they're there for. The debate over balloting has gone on for years. Both of the unions I've been president of and the union I'm a member of have suggested to government that we should sit down and find a way out of this problem. We have not had any encouragement at all. At the time of the 2016 Act, David Cameron almost conceded that there would be a consultation, but it never happened. And the fact of the matter is that it's become more and more time-consuming and costly for unions to stay within the law. I asked the certification officer's office whether they had any complaints about balloting and the procedures. They couldn't produce any. All they would say to me is that the certification officer's job is to uphold the law, not to make it, and he was satisfied that the law had been upheld. So, where are we going to go? I suggest one place we could go is to try and get a more realistic view of trade unions. There's about 5 million in this country. 2 million of them vote for the Conservative Party. You'd be surprised how seldom politics came up in the two unions that I was president of. The unions were about looking after the workers and looking after their rights and their rights at work. A strike was not something looked forward to. The strike marked the fact that you had not managed to negotiate your way out of a problem. No one said, oh goody, let's go and have a strike. Most people said, what else could we possibly do? And it was done. Mention has been made, I'll mention it again, the huge number of people who used balloting to elect people. My own club, the Reform Club, I served as its finance chairman for some years. I was elected by a postal ballot, but people could also vote electronically. No one ever raised any question about whether or not it was fair, because it manifestly was. Now, what I would say to this House is get real about trade unions. 2 million of them vote for the Conservative Party. They don't believe that they're joining some insurrectionist left-wing party. Most of them believe that they're trying to improve their standards at work. And as a final word, if you ask our union what are the most popular services, they will tell you free legal advice and motor car insurance policies being reduced. That's the reason why lots of people join the union, and long may it last. But please, Conservative Party, do settle down and come into the real world.
My Lords, today has been Frank Sinatra Day. Regrets, my Lords. There have been many regrets this afternoon, and we're thankful to the noble Lord Sharp for this last one. Last, my Lords, but by no means least. It seemed a short time ago that we were discussing such issues as have been raised by this statutory instrument in the Employment Rights Bill. But actually, when I look at the calendar, in many respects it was nearly a year ago. I guess it still looms large in my life. But to many extents, this debate is something of a rerun of what we discussed then. And in that spirit, I reiterate that Liberal Democrats believe in that free association is a fundamental right. And that, of course, includes the workplace. Employees should be free to join or not join a trade union, and they should not face penalties either way. And to participate in a union and freely associate, from time to time, there needs to be votes. And the government's urge to update the process of voting is entirely sensible and one that we support. My Lords, as we've heard, this statutory instrument extends the possible ways of voting. Now, as I expected and as we've heard, some of the noble lords have set out concerns about coercion. I fail to see how changing the voting system changes the level of coercion. The examples that the noble Lord Frost used, whether rightly or wrongly, have happened when there wasn't electronic voting. That has nothing to do with the issue of coercion. My Lords, if there is coercion, and in some cases, I'm sure, as in every form of life, there is coercion, as I understand it, there is an act in place to deal with that. The Employment Relations Act of 2004 already contains the necessary legal requirements to guarantee that ballots are cast in secret and free from intimidation. So, my Lords, that's a starting point. Now, the noble Lord Sharp came up with a rather longer list of potential disasters that could befall an electronic vote. Perhaps his regular experience with Tory party leadership online elections has made him suspicious or sensitised him to this issue. But in this case, his list of concerns for union votes fails to recognise the provisions in the statutory instrument for any union to consider a number of important safeguards. Ballot security and secrecy, kind of what he was talking about. Risks associated with each ballot method. Members' preferences, accessibility and equal opportunities to vote. Issues that we've heard today. That's what we're talking about. And to be honest, I think that debunks a lot of what the noble Lord spoke about. But I would also refer him to the monitoring and review section of the explanatory memorandum 10.1 and 10.2, which sets out some of the safeguards that go on. So 10.2, monitoring of the use and effects of non-postal balloting will also contribute to the government's wider consideration and participation. And as we heard from the Baroness O'Grady, the issue around the 50% turnout, which the noble Lord Sharp brought out, is dependent on the government laying a report on the process of electronic balloting. 10.1, it talks about monitoring the legislation through ongoing engagement with key stakeholders and existing oversight mechanisms. So the noble Lord seemed to imply that this is just being cast into the workplace and there is no regime for covering it. I do not accept that, and it's wrong. My Lords, I think, in sum, the concerns of the noble Lord Sharp were raised at the time. Some of the measures in this statutory instrument, as I recall, came as a result of some of his interventions, I believe, during that debate. It is both a long time ago and yesterday, my Lords. So I would leave it with your Lordships that I'm sure the noble Lord Sharp has a few regrets, but I do not think he needs to regret this particular statutory motion.
That's 4 minutes.
Oh, well. My Lords, I'm very grateful for the support across the House, especially the noble Lord Balfe and the noble Lord Fox, for the Trade Union's Permissible Means of Voting and Employment Rights Unfair Dismissal Amendment Order 2026 and the Code of Practice on Electronic and Workplace Ballots for Statutory Trade Union Ballots. Today's scrutiny and debate have been constructive and light-hearted at some point, and noble lords have raised